Really unorthodox. Super cool. Whatever way to move from one to another. Well, it's a.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
And you're like, it's a jerk. It grabs your attention. But they do it so flawlessly. And you know, to be able to do that is just, it's phenomenal because your mind, your body, everything you are.
Why does that sound funny?
Mathematically ordered. So you're tapping.
And it's really low.
Yes, that's all of a sudden you're going.
But you can hear me. That's what I needed to know.
It changes your tap.
The echo's coming here.
Yeah, but so what my concern is it should be coming from here.
Music is the big part of my life.
It should be coming in this clear. And I'm not hearing myself this clear. Hello, hello, hello. How low can I go? Not very low, because then I can't get up.
Yeah, we did it in 4-part hour, 3-part hour. Yeah. Yeah. We'll have to do that again sometime.
Anna, can you hear us now?
Yep, small town girl. Never knew you were. You took the midnight train.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the beginning of the Madera County Board of Supervisor meeting for May 2nd. And County Council, do we have any additions to the agenda?
There are no additions to today's agenda.
Okay, and would you like to read closed session into the record?
My pleasure. Chair, members of the board, there are 4 items listed on your closed session. The first is your standing labor negotiation under Government Code Section 54957.6. Your negotiators are Joel Bulgay, Roman Noriega, Susan Carter, and the discussion is all units, including unrepresented employees, excluding elected officials. There are 3 existing litigation matters. All of them are in Madera Superior Court and involve groundwater. The first is Madera Irrigation District versus the County of Madera, MCV 087598. The other is Madera Irrigation District and their GSA versus the Madera County GSA, the Board of Supervisors in the county as a whole, MCV 086277. And the last is Valley Groundwater Coalition versus the County of Madera, 087677. And those are all under Government Code 54956.9 subsection D1. Thank you.
Thank you. Any public comment on the items that have been spoken about? Anyone online?
Nobody online.
Seeing and hearing none, we will retire to closed session. Welcome back. County Council, are there any reportable items from closed session?
Chairman, there are no reportable action from closed session. However, there are additional items for the board to discuss when you call for that time. Thank you.
Okay, very good. And I just want to announce that we will be breaking at 11:45 today through 1:30 because the board has an event to attend. So
Excuse me just a moment.
You already said that, David.
hearing myself talk, I'm hearing county council. Anyway. So I'll try to get beyond that distraction and continue with my discussions. We will be breaking at 11:45, so any business not concluded at 11:45 will come back after 1:30. So we're going to open this morning with the invocation by Scott Dixon of Madera Avenue Boy, my tang is tangled this morning. Scott Dixon of the Madera Avenue Bible Church. And then after that, we will have the flag salute, and I will ask Sarah Boss if she will lead us, please. All stand.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, board, for allowing me this privilege and honor of opening this morning with prayer. Let's bow our heads. Father, thank you for this opportunity to gather. Father, as we gather here under this roof, we ask that you would guide the thoughts and the process, Father. We pray that the things, Father, that are brought to the board, Heavenly Father, would be guided by wisdom. Father, that you would allow us the peace of mind of knowing, Heavenly Father, that what we're doing will benefit those that are involved. We thank you, Father, for each family that's represented here. We ask, Heavenly Father, that you would continue to bless us. We thank you for this fertile valley, Lord, that you blessed us with. And we thank you, Heavenly Father, for the tremendous amount of rain that you've given us. We ask that you would bless us with the wisdom, Father, to be good stewards of what you allowed us to work with. And we pray, Heavenly Father, that we would keep in mind integrity and morality, Father, through all things that we do, and that we would be lifting up everything we do to you for guidance. We ask that you would be here amongst us as this meeting goes. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you for being here this morning, Scott. Scott and I spent the weekend with a couple of hundred men, and on Monday, another about 600 for dinner, and the Madera County Men of Integrity, and just a wonderful weekend. So thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God. Thank you, Sarah. This time we'll go to public comment.
Public comment. The first 15 minutes of each regular session are set aside for members of the public to address the board on any matter under the jurisdiction of the board, but not appearing on the agenda. The board will not take any action on any items presented under public comment. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. Anyone addressing the board is asked to print their name clearly on the speaker sheet at the podium and state their name and county of residence for the record.
Okay, first speaker, go ahead. Hold on a sec. There, now we got
Okay,
that.
start again.
Start all over. Yeah.
Okay, good morning, Chairman David Rogers and members of the board. I am Michelle Pacina. I am the director of the Fossil Discovery Center of Madera County. And I've come to give you a brief update, mini update on what we're up to. In front of you, you have a white envelope, and I'd like you to refer to that. And I want to go over something that I think is very significant quickly here. First of all, you have a GFAMES rack card. So what is GFAMES, do you ask? Well, GFAMES is the Greater Fresno Alliance of Museums and Educational Sites, which has been operational for about 3 years now. This card, rack card you're holding, is now in 240 locations in the Central Valley. Of course, the airport, major hotels, etc. And on the front, you can see a Columbian mammoth, which represents the Fossil Discovery Center of Madera County. And so this is everywhere now, and of course promotes tourism to these wonderful sites here in the valley. I would rank us in the top 5, if not the top 3 on these sites that you see. And we regularly meet once a month. It's online as well. And it's a very powerful organization from the standpoint that the Bay Area for years has had consortiums for museums. Of course, Southern California, the same. The Central Valley has had nothing until the past 3 years. So I'm very proud to be part of this group. I'm very proud that the Fossil Discovery Center is represented in this group. So I think that's very significant for Madera County. Another piece that I included was the event calendar for 2023. And there are a lot of nice things happening, but I want to point out October 7th. Actually, I want to point out second annual Haunted Night of the Museum on October 28th. It was extremely successful last year. Our first one, we had over 400 people attend, and for us, and that's within 3 hours, 6 to 9. The public, I think, was very pleased to have that activity. I've also included a pin for you for the Fossil Center. And I also want to point out in a recent publication, we're featured, and I would like to thank this group. The Yosemite Visitors Bureau has been very good to the Fossil Discovery Center. And there's a special, it's from fossils to falls, tourism piece from Madera County. And the center there has been very helpful to us, and they have a great promotional, they've had it for a few years, and it's so catchy because it starts with us to tour, and then it, of course, goes up into Yosemite. A couple other quick things. Our Mammoth Orange is in great shape, thanks to Don Warnock and the Rotaries of the area. And we'll be having different events, and I hope you've been out to see it because it's almost 98% done, inside and out. We're looking for a vendor. So I'm putting that hint out. And then the final thing I'd like to report on is that we did receive a $75,000 grant from the state to build a Indian village. We have a lot of focus on the Native Americans of the area, and I have a partnership with several tribes, and we're going to progress on that. So we're very excited about that new addition to the center. I also would like to invite all of you to have a board meeting. The last time I was here, I wanted to have you come out anytime you pick, and we'll of course set it up for you to have a board meeting out there. If you haven't seen the facility, we very much would like to take you through. So any questions,
Really
comments?
awesome. I drove by it the other day and noticed the orange was almost complete.
Yes, yes.
Really,
We
really
have to
nice.
put up the signage. The signage is done. It needs to get painted.
I had the exciting opportunity to work on that, bolt some of it together. So I felt pretty good about that.
Yes.
Little piece of history there.
Right, right. We have wonderful things out there. So I hope to see you there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
I like these things. Good morning, board members. My name is Chris Edstrom, and I'm an IHSS provider here in Madera County. I take care of my autistic son, Anthony, and I've been a IHS provider for 5 years here in Madera. And I've been a carer for 38 years since my son was born. I am one of 2,500 IHSS providers, caring for one of the 2,600 IHSS recipients here in Madera County. The decisions you make impact over 5,000 people who live in this county. The county's share of any wage increase is 16.5%, while bringing in over 80% of federal and state funds to Madera County. This means that if Madera County gives IHSS providers a $1 wage increase, the county would pay about $500,000, while bringing in over $2.6 million into the local economy, which is where we tend to spend our money, by the way. Let me repeat that. Madera County would pay 16.5% of the wage increase for IHSS providers. And if Madera County were to raise IHS wages by $1, the county share would be $500,000, while bringing in $2.6 million in state and federal dollars into our local economy. This is a good investment with a high return. It's good for our providers, it's good for our recipients, and it's good for Madeira. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Board. I'm Cynthia Wilson, and I'm a home care provider for the IHSS program. And I've been a provider for 14 years here in Madeira and a provider since I was 16 years old in other counties. During the pandemic, it was apparent that in-home care and providers providing the care were essential to keeping people safe and healthy. For the first time ever, IHSS providers were recognized as essential workers. And unfortunately, this county does not believe so. It's very insulting to hear that this county values the IHSS program and knows its importance, then turns around and offers us a little nickel pay raise. That's insulting. We only make 50 cents above minimum wage with no benefits. So hospitalization, any kind of medical expenses that we are incurring because we have allergies or whatever, asthma, COPD, heart problems, high blood pressure, any of that, we can't be seen without paying for it out of our pocket. Unless we're so lucky to qualify for Medi-Cal. So lucky. All we ask of you is to show us some respect and show us that you really do value the work that we do. Like you say, by giving us this livable wage increase and benefits we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker.
Yes, Ralph Pistoresi, Madeira resident, well, actually Fresno resident, Madeira farmer. What I was noticing on your agenda here was nothing to do with the Madeira Community Hospital. I was wondering if the Board of Supervisors can either put together a committee or some type of a functioning group to see if they could find a user for the hospital, or at least report back on what's being done to get the hospital back online again. Because it's a real need. We're putting a burden on Fresno. Emergencies pop up that need to be attended here. And we're just wondering, the item is not on the agenda. It's like it's off the radar screen. So maybe the board can start putting some attention on it, or at least report to us a little bit what's being going on that.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
can assure you there's things going on.
Good. All right.
Thanks for reminding us to bring that forward occasionally. Appreciate that. Any other comments from the public? Anyone online? Okay.
None online.
Okay, consent calendar. Any questions concerning the consent calendar from the board? Yes.
Chair, not a
Dean?
question, but a comment for the board on
Yeah.
item N as in Nancy, just for clarification, there's a typographical error. It says the dollar amount, 1 million. It says from, but it should be to the health laboratory. I'm going to butcher that. So it's under number 2, right? It says from, but it should be to. So in public health department, some budget adjustments, and that transfer of appropriations should be to, not from. That's
Okay.
it.
So there, that correction. Any other questions or comments from the board? If there are none, I'll take it out to the public. Any questions or comments from the public?
I'll move to approve
I'll second.
Motion made and second.
with the adjust.
Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Supervisor Portress.
Yes.
Supervisor Wamhaugh.
Yes.
Supervisor McCauley.
Yes.
Chairman Rogers.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
And I heard you say that included the correction, and very good. You ready? Okay, very good. Item A, pardon me, we're going to our regular, I got to move through these sheets here. 6A.
6A Behavioral Health Services Department, presentation of a proclamation naming May 2023 as Mental Health Month.
You think I'm wearing enough green? Yeah. So green is wear your green ribbons for May is Mental Health Month. So por favor, pónganse el color verde. Traen verde ustedes, so Mental Health Month, el mes de salud mental para honrar a la gente que sufre, to honor those who are suffering. So thank you so much, Connie Moreno Peraza. I'm the Director of Behavioral Health here in Madera County. Thank you so much. We're giving you some nice little packets to help us promote a whole month of May as a Mental Health Month. What every year there's a theme. I'm so glad this one is to focus on us. It's not just because of post-COVID, but just because we need to take care of ourselves, is to take time to look around and look from within. Look at our environment and what are some of the environmental factors that are affecting our own mental health. So I invite you to join us this month, and I'm going to thank you. You have the proclamation. We're not going to read it today, but we're going to do some highlights. I'd like to invite Mirabel Navarro and Sylvia Romero to say a few things.
Good morning, supervisors and community members. My name is Sylvia Romero, Health Education Coordinator with Madera County Behavioral Health. I want to let you know that along with our collaborator, our Madera Together for Suicide Prevention Collaborative, we are planning a mental health conference. You have a flyer in your baggie in there that has information about the layout. And so the virtual part, the first morning part, will be the 3 workshops. We'll also include the keynote speaker. And in the afternoon at Matilda Torres High School, we will be having an in-person resource fair. So I hope to see all of you there promoting mental health and mental health awareness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maribel Navarro. I'm the Division Manager for Substance Use and Criminal Justice Programs with Behavioral Health Services. I want to thank you for honoring us and for wearing our green ribbon pins. This means a lot to us, especially because mental health awareness is where our heart is at and providing services to our community and our constituents. I want to thank our staff that are here presenting these ribbons and these little goodies and welcome you to this event. The Mental Health Conference takes place at Matilda Torres High School on May 19th. It is open to all the public and all the families around us and also surrounding communities if they're wanting to come. We will have a ton of food, a ton of free prizes. We have great and wonderful public speakers, as well as some of our own staff speaking on their behalf, and individuals with lived experiences talking about how they receive services from a behavioral health service agency or from some type of entity that helped them restore and recover themselves. So we welcome you all to join us on the 19th of May. Thank you so much.
For the invitation.
And please, 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 if you need our services, call our centralized access and crisis line 559-673-3508. We have folks that speak different languages, so we welcome you to call us. I know sometimes it's hard to make the decision to call, but even if you call for a question, for a referral, for information, or a consultation, we are there. We are here to help. We're also in the community with our crisis care mobile unit, so we are everywhere in the county. Para todos, por favor, llamen a la línea de crisis y de acceso si ocupan nuestro servicio de salud mental o de alcohol y drogas al 559-673-3508. Gracias. Thank you.
I want to thank behavioral health staff and Connie for your excitement about what you do. And it seems to me there's a greater awareness in our country as well as our community about the need to stay healthy mentally. And it just seems like people are waking up to that idea, and that that there's not as much of a stigma surrounding that. I've noticed in my general conversations with people, friends in particular, that some have just kind of out and out told me, yeah, I'm going to see a therapist, or I needed help, and I felt like I was not in the right frame of mind to deal with myself. So I reached out to somebody, and that's what we need to do. When we're not feeling right, when we can't help ourselves, we need to seek help. And that is definitely a great frame of mind that people are coming to that conclusion.
Thank you.
Your thoughts?
I think you're right. We have a lot of work to do. We still have a lot of people from different cultural groups, different generations that may not feel, but I agree with you that more people are talking about seeking help. Just like I'm going to go shopping, I'm going to go see my therapist, is becoming part of the lingo And it is hard. It is hard to seek help sometimes because people may have to open some old wounds or may talk about a traumatic experience that is painful, but our staff are trained on how to work with folks with trauma to ensure that we don't re-traumatize. So please, don't be afraid. Please call us. Again, you can call us for information, consultation, or referral. If it's not us, it can be our contract providers or our partners. We work with a lot of partners here in the county so that you can feel comfortable. And I do think we have made a dent. We need to create more. So I really want to thank you for your support for our department and the services that we provide. And our staff are I'm just blessed. I'm just amazed of how great they are. So thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yeah,
has a
just
comment.
real quick. Thank you. Thank you, Connie. I just want to commend you and your team for all the work and the effort that you put out in our community. You guys are everywhere. So I really appreciate that, especially coming in. I know the COVID pandemic is not quite over, but the next pandemic is mental health. And so thank you for tackling that head on. And I just want to put a big plug for this conference because I participated last year. I was invited to be the keynote, which was a
You
little
did a great job. You did a great
different,
job.
but no, it was great. And it was helpful to share that story. It's just, it's a great event. It's on Zoom. Doesn't cost you anything, but you get so much out of it. And then I also want to commend Sylvia Romero. I heard the news that she's leaving our county to pursue some other endeavors. But I've had the pleasure of knowing Sylvia and working with her, and she's a personal friend of mine. So thank you, Sylvia, for everything you've done. I know we'll still see you out in the community, but we really appreciate everything that you do. You were one of those people that truly cares about and as all of your staff. So thank you all for doing the hard work that you
Let's
do.
give her a round of applause.
almost 17 years.
17 years. Wow.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say I could not have done it without the support of our department, but without the support of our partners, Camarena Health, Madera Unified School District, Transitions, a California Health Collaborative, Valley Children's Hospital, a lot of the partners here that are really open to talking about mental health and bringing awareness to some of the subjects and the topics.
Yes. Great.
She's very humble, but
Very.
she's the heart behind everything. So
Yeah.
we're gonna miss her. We're also one of our prevention staff, China Parker, who's not here. She's also moving on. Hey, they're moving up and they're
Yeah.
promoting and we're doing something. So we're very proud of them. So thank you so much. Help us out. And we're here to help. Thank
We
you.
have a proclamation to
Yes.
present and we'll get a picture.
And we have our staff.
Before we do
Yes.
that, I want to just remind you that young people are out there that are suffering. And they're the last ones usually to step up and say, I need help. And so when you see a young person and you think they might be suffering, you talk to them and spend some time, take some time with them. I can't tell you how many men at that conference I attended this last week said, when I was young, somebody said something to me and it saved my life. So wouldn't that be great if you could make a difference in the life of a young person? And we hope to all be that kind of person.
Thank you so much. There's a
Step
lot of bullying going on. You are correct.
Oh, yeah.
We are in the process of recruiting for student system positions to have youth mentors in our system of care. So please refer folks to apply. We think they're incredible. We need them. Thank you.
I'll get a picture.
Hall on Thursday online, 6 p.m. Talking about wildfire preparedness, emergency preparedness. So very important time, and just want to thank the board for all the support in providing resources to the community to be better prepared for wildfire. So thanks, board. I don't know if, I think we got Cliff McBurney online, wanted to say a couple words, and I think John Coddington with Forest Gold Resource Conservation District, and Aaron Cappuccino with Yosemite Sequoia RC and DC as well. So you guys want to?
This is Cliff and I'm online.
Hi, Cliff.
Hi, Cliff.
Can you hear us?
Hey, Bobby. Can you hear us? Yes, can you hear me?
Sure.
Anyways, sorry I couldn't make it to the meeting this morning. I intended to be there, but anyways, I just wanted to briefly talk about what's going on Saturday. I'm a retired firefighter from Ohio, moved here 8 years ago, and I'm heavily involved in wildfire safety and fire safety and so on. Anyways, I'm organizing an event for this Saturday. It's called Wildfire Safety Saturday, and it's going to be at the Vaughn's Shopping Center across the street where the shoe store used to be. I've got emergency vehicles. I got tree company vehicles that are going to be there. Got a lot of different booths there. John is going to be there with CRCD. CAL FIRE is going to be there, and a lot of other agencies are going to be there. So that's from 10 to 4 at the Vaughn's parking lot. And again, it's called Wildfire Safety Saturday. So, I know Bobby will come out, but come on out and take a look.
I'll see you Saturday, Cliff. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us, Supervisor Wheeler, and thank you to the board for letting us speak for a little bit on wildfire prevention. So Forest Gold Resource Conservation District has been in partnership with Yosemite Sequoia RCDC as well as Madera County for the past 5 years, I believe, now going on with the Firewise program. And so we are the regional Firewise coordinators for Eastern Madera County. And we are also working with the county and Yosemite Sequoia on the county coordinator grant program as well. And so we just want to thank you folks for your continued support. We have 19 Firewise communities. We started a year ago with 9. So we're up 10 in the last year. So the Firewise model is really showing neighbors how to work together to achieve home hardening, defensible space around their communities. And the county coordinator project has allowed us to work with Yosemite Sequoia in the county, as well as other folks to collaborate and make a larger scale collaboration within the agencies throughout the county in order to expand and leverage our funds with wildfire prevention. Currently, we're offering free home assessments. We are on the board of the newly revitalized Eastern Madera Fire Safe Council, and we're working with them to work on plans and upcoming projects. And we are also on the steering committee, along with Yosemite Sequoia, of the Yosemite Gateway Prescribed Burn Cooperative, where we've burned over 25 acres in Eastern Madera County this year. And the Firewise communities are doing their part around their communities to expand wildfire prevention. So we appreciate the support of the board, and we hope everybody will look into Firewise, reach out to Forest Gold RCD to kind of figure out the framework to expand their defensible space around their communities to do their part in the wildfire prevention. Thank you.
Yes, oh, go ahead.
No.
No, come ahead.
Thank you all for inviting us today. We, as Yosemite Sequoia and CRCD, find the fire prevention mitigation on private property extremely important. As you know, fires don't always start in the forest. A lot of times they start, they start on private property. So the more work that you can do on your property will prevent fire spread or slow it. We learned that with the Oak and Fork fires last summer. Yosemite Sequoia works a little more in the shadows and has grants throughout Madera County that has done over 800 acres of hazard mitigation around Bass Lake. We are finishing that up on Road 420 or Thornberry Summit, and it's looking great. It's becoming much safer and will be a very clear escape route if need be. We are extremely grateful for the support the county has given, as well as the partnership between the county and CRCD and the Fire Safe Council. We are working with CAL FIRE on many opportunities to do funding to do wildfire mitigation around private properties. We're waiting on the word of some grant applications, and I'm hoping to have good news for the community soon. Thank you again for your support, and we look forward to working together longer.
Great, thank you for the presentation. And just had a quick question. You know, I was just up through Oakhurst and up towards Sugar Pine. So I was up in that area and I noticed a lot of work's been done, and it's just really gratifying to see that. A lot of, you could actually walk through the forest like it used to be years ago. John Muir said back in his day that you could run it on a horse at a gallop through a forest and never stop in the forest, and that was what was considered a healthy forest. Now we've had 400 plus trees per acre, and for some time that's way over the Conservancy recommendation for the GTR 220 for healthy forests. I believe their recommendation is 100 trees per acre about. And so through natural means, a lot of problems have occurred and gotten our attention on that. Well, of course, we've known about it. We just haven't had the resources to do it. And we allocated the resources. The state of California stepped up with some grants, and some things are getting done. I noticed these piles of you know, cut down trees and dead trees, what have you, all the brush and what have you. So what's going to happen with those piles? I mean, what's the target on those piles?
So those piles were part of the same grant that I was talking about.
Yeah.
And we were contracted to do the work to get the trees piled. And the next
Right.
step is for the Forest Service to either burn, masticate, or remove.
Okay.
We started the burn. They started to get it all cleared out, and then the snow and the rain came.
Yeah.
And so the window is closing quickly, and they're trying to determine if there will be time this year to burn or not. So we're trying to work with the Forest Service to see if we can support in any way. But that is definitely a concern that we have as well, considering that those piles were made for a grant from us. But no, we're working closely with the Forest Service to try to get those taken care of, create a safer environment for
That's
tourists and our community.
Thank you. I just was curious, you know, I'm kind of a analytical guy, and I just saw that and I'm like, wonder what'll happen with those piles. Very good. Couldn't ask for better. I mean, that's, you know, a clean forest leads to so many great things, and healthy forest management leads to more groundwater recharge from underground sources from our watershed. That is our watershed. So it's a benefit all around. And I think it was Dr. Bales, UC Merced, did a study that showed that if we did that throughout the state of California, we'd have 30% more water than we have now. Now that's a significant amount of water. That's a lot of water. So thank you for the work. Very important to this county. Any other comments?
Chief, I don't know if you had any words to share.
Yeah, he looked like he was in the wings there waiting to say something, so.
I definitely was. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Justin McComb, Assistant Chief for Madera County Fire. I also have the luxury of overseeing some of the state operations of some of the fuel breaks that they're talking about. I just want to take a moment to update you all on our staffing and what we're doing. You can see that the grass is starting to die off, which is a telltale sign that fire season's upon us. But this year, we're pretty lucky. We're going to actually get an exclusive use Type 1 helicopter out of the Mariposa Airport. That's the first time that we've had that. As a crow flies, it could be into Madera within 10 minutes. So usually comes with over 1,000 gallons of water in one shot. So really excited about that. But we do have all of our seasonal workforce on board now. All of the fire stations are staffed in the mountains. Our bulldozers are fully staffed, our hand crews, all the air attack bases around the area are staffed. So we're ready to go. Additionally, next month, we will be doing our Highway 41 prescribed burn. I will send an invite to to all of you. Hopefully you can come out and observe what we do. This is the 5th year that we're going to burn that area. Very successful burn, a lot of media recognition and documentaries have been done on that. So we're looking forward to that, and I will send you the invite though.
Yeah, fire can be our friend, right?
Correct. Yeah, it actually eliminates, in 3 years, the average was we had 60 starts along Highway 41 from folks either dragging chains or blowing a tire. So it's actually, the prescribed burn actually helps eliminate the fires. So
Right.
we're going to continue with that process.
Yeah, and it's an important part of the process for the revitalization of some trees. There's some trees that won't propagate without fire.
Correct.
Their seeds actually pop out during a fire. There's, and I know like the giant sequoias, fire is a part of their existence way back. You can see that. But thank you for what you do. And that helicopter is exciting news because that can make the difference. That time frame can make the difference between a catastrophic burn and an eliminated small brush fire.
It has been proven that those are very helpful for us. And especially in the initial attack phase, when you first get onto a fire, it does a lot of damage or it'll put it out pretty quick. So
That's right. That's
Yep.
right. Well, thank you for that update. That's awesome. Let's go down and get a picture with this proclamation. Chief. Out there concerning any kind of fire because, I noticed the grass on the way up, 2.5 feet tall. That's a lot of grass too. Cattle are having a ball. They're just eating up a storm. But it accentuates our need to be careful and watch yourself out there. Thank you. Let's see, item 6D. Or no, 6C, I'm sorry, 6C.
6C, Board of Supervisors Department, presentation of a proclamation naming May 2nd, 2023 is CASA Awareness Day.
Go ahead.
Right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to recognize and introduce the team from CASA. I'd like to mention, first of all, that CASA is I guess you could say it's a virtual house for CASA, but it stands for Court Appointed Special Advocates. And it's an organization that works in both Fresno and Madera counties as well as other places, but this particular organization, its mission are these two counties. And it's to basically guide foster youth through the court system. Unfortunately, there's times that many of these children are abused and they're neglected in the welfare and juvenile court systems. And our advocates are volunteers who go through 40 hours of training. And then that's just, you say, oh, 40 hours of training. Well, that's just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the time they spend. But it's true because of their heart and their resources that they wish to guide the foster youth through the educational system, the court system, and really create that bond and that mentorship. Now, you'll notice in item C and item D, one's called, it's CASA, the Awareness Day, but it's also part of National Foster Care Month. And then in D, it talks about Resource Family Appreciation Month. It's the same thing. The new title is called Resource Family Appreciation Month, but it was at one time called Foster Care Appreciation Month or Foster Family Appreciation Month. So it's great that we're recognizing them both as we're tying these organizations in together. So with that, I'd like to introduce the executive director, our executive director of CASA, Wilma Hashimoto.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. What a great introduction, Board of Supervisor, and also CASA board member, Rob Poitras. So thank you so much. President Rogers, Board of Supervisors and committee members, this is my fifth, I believe, presentation to you. I'm about to celebrate my 5 years as the ED for CASA and also 8 years on top of that as a board member for CASA. We want to really get into numbers here. 28 years in education before I came to CASA. Start doing the math. I'll give you some time to calculate my age. But, you know, it always has been my dedication to children. That is why I went into education, and 100% now working with children who are 100% at risk. I've often said it is the hardest thing I've ever done, and yet the most rewarding. And so I like to thank each of you board members or board of supervisors, because I know on a daily basis, you have to make some tough decisions, do some research, and I follow each one of you, and you make the decisions based on what's right for the families and children of Madera County. So thank you. Sometimes they're not easy decisions. With me here today is Rebecca Johnson, who is our wonderful resource coordinator here at CASA. The initiatives, you know, I think I love CASA and I love Madera because I often say it is just so nimble and easy to work with. Our partners also include many who are in the room: behavioral health, Live Well Madera, MCAP, education, hospitals. And why is that? It's because our foster youth are everywhere and need a lot of resources. We recently had, about a week ago, our Voices of Hope, where we honored our 300 plus advocates who served over 10,000 hours, even during COVID. And the stories that come out where, you know, one winner actually of our Voices of Hope advocate, they have 3 children who were appointed to them. They live in 3 different counties. They're appointed here in Madera, but because of various situations, one lives in Merced, one is in Stanislaus, and one is in Kern. That's just the way it worked out. And yet this husband and wife, the advocates, they make it a point to go and visit the children, pick up the children, and make sure, I think it's a 3-hour drive every way, to make sure that the siblings get together. And this one particular advocate who's been with us for about 4 years, he was notified that he has a life-threatening disease, and he still made it a point to get together with the kids before he relocates. And he just loves the kids. More importantly, the 3 children said on their last outing, it's like, "You're leaving us." And we know what that means when a foster youth says, "You're leaving us," because it's like, we've been left before. And the reassurance that this couple has given to these kids, it's like, you know what, but no, we're always going to be around. You can count on us. We'll still text you. And the bottom line for these youth, and you know how teenagers can be, but they said, "We love you and thank you for stepping in." So that is just one story of over 300 that we have every year. But here, that's what CASA does. We make a difference. We have some initiatives coming up in 2023/2024. Right down on C south of 4th Street, we're going to have a CASA Heroes of Hope mural going up. I believe it's the food alley potentially. And so we're hoping, you know, to draw in a lot of community members where they walk down the street and it's like, yeah, like to get to the food alley, you just make a right where you see the CASA mural. We have also initiated where we just have the training for Madera in person, getting back to in person. We had 9 and we're assigning them to here in CASA. We have outgrown our space. I think 5 years ago, I came to you, it's like, hey, we're kind of looking for a place here. And our great landlord and partners, First 5 Madera County, they gave us an office. Well, we kind of grew, and we actually had 3 people in that office, no longer 1. And we have a 4th one at the courthouse. So we're hoping to co-locate with probation and the district attorney's office just down the street there. And it's just been an amazing partnership here in Madera, and the support that not only have we gotten from you, but you set the tone for supporting CASA. And as a result, all the partnering agencies and community came together. We have for you our new CASA Heroes of Hope brochure that you can take a look at. And then similarly, we have an event coming, though it's 66 degrees today and 96 degrees this past weekend, probably 106 in 2 weeks. We have our CASA Splash Day, which is going to be at Wild Waters. We actually partnered with them as well. So instead of $53, it's $30. And the best part of this is that we're able to take our foster youth in the Central Valley, which will stretch from Merced down to Kern County to the Wild Waters. It's for a great experience. So I invite you to join us at that as well. The other thing that is our annual 24th year crab feed. Yes, I had to make an executive decision where we no longer can sell out at 825. We really need to make a little more room. So it's now 700 at a cap. Can you imagine 700? So I just want to thank you, give you a quick update. Crew weekend. Go ahead and announce it.
If I could speak, I'm so
Oh.
sorry, I have a tickle in my throat. The 24th and 25th, we're doing a weekend at Crew where we get a portion of the proceeds of their sales, and they're also helping us build awareness. I'm so sorry.
So thank you again for everything and for your support and allowing us to be very much a part of the community and feel supported.
Thank you very much, Wilma. And when we look down our agenda, we're going to have a presentation about the homelessness game plan for Madera County as far as how we tackle that. And one of the points in the presentation talk about what are some things that we can do to prevent people from being homeless. Well, CASA is one of those organizations. It's one of those organizations that intervenes early on so that kids can get on the right track. Sarah Boss, she just heard her voice back there. She's in the cry room. Hi, Sarah. But she has a great example, great story about, trying to save people coming that are floating down this stream. They're about ready to go over a waterfall. But she says, well, what do we do about upstream? Why don't we deal with the situation upstream so they're not falling in this river about ready to fall over? And this is one of those organizations where we can keep kids from falling into that river and from going down. As people who deal with homelessness know that it's exponentially more difficult to deal with people who are addicted and have all kinds of mental health issues. Here again, going back to one of our agenda items, if we can deal with it early, then we don't have to deal with it later on. So again, it's a tremendous organization, and it really is so important because of the at-risk youth. Thank you.
Thank you. And the statistics have shown that half of those who are homeless have at one time spent time in the foster care system. And approximately 89 to 93% of the children and youth who have been human trafficked also have been in the foster care system. So yes, we need to change the trajectory.
Very good. Thank you.
I'd like to point out a couple of stats as well. So on this brochure, 30% of foster youth will graduate high school. 15% of foster youth will attend college, and less than 3% will graduate from college. So if you needed more than that to realize that we need to step in and do what we can. And I know Rebecca and I have crossed paths in my other profession. And then when I transitioned out of that, we kind of lost touch, but definitely like to pick up the ball and see what we can do to make a difference in these young people's lives.
Wonderful. Yes, it is our goal to have more advocates to serve more youth. So thank you for your support.
Very good. Thank you. And with that, we have a presentation.
Important stuff. 6D.
6D, Social Services Department. Presentation of a proclamation naming May 2023 as Resource Family Appreciation Month.
Good morning, Board Chairman. We'd like to thank you for allowing us to come in and present today. This is a great day for us, and also a request as well. First of all, we want to thank Mr. Derek Chase, for coming in and supporting. We don't want to bother him right now because he has a 2-year-old that's very peaceful, so we want to help support him in that. So we thank him for coming in and being present.
He was
and
making
being
a
resource
public
parent.
comment and we loved it, you know?
Yeah. And so we thank him for that. Today is this month is National Resource Parent Appreciation Month. And we thank all the resource parents that serve our community. Currently, as of Sunday, we had 253 children in out-of-home care in our county that could not reside with their parents. 160 of those children reside in the county of Madera. The remainder reside outside of Madera, which is a concern for us because we want our children to remain in our community if they cannot remain with their parents. And so looking at ways that we can increase that. If you have not noticed, nationally, it's a shortage of resource parents, and we need resource parents to step in and help support. So if you're retired, if you're between jobs, whatever the case may be, if you're there to support a youth, you can really help and support and move in the right direction. As Wilma shared, we have children that truly need. We have kids currently in our county that are placed in three different counties, which is a concern because we could not place them all together. And our highest need is definitely with older youth. We need resource parents and support for older youth. Supervisor Rogers shared about the men's group that he met with this past week. We truly need men to step in and help support young men so they do not end up in the penal system, because that's where they'll end up, in the penal system. When I did my dissertation, my research showed that when a youth got older, the older they achieved and weren't in a permanency, they ended up in either prison or on some of the government assistance. And so we need to look at how we can truly help support our youth in our community, and then look at preventing them from coming in. So looking at our support partners like CAPMC, looking at public health, education, and others to help support. But in the meantime, we definitely want and need that support. But again, we thank the community, and we've worked with faith-based and want faith-based to come forward and help support us, because we do need all to step forward. We need law enforcement, we need all to step forward and help support. So whatever can be done. And again, I thank you guys for all the support you guys have offered. We have a great team that has come forward. I have my manager, Cindy Friesen and Donald Allen, who have come with us. We also have a few staff in the audience that come forward and help support and do a lot of work to recruit and support our resource parents. Our On the county website, there's a link that you can go to apply to be a resource parent, or call 559-675-5815. There's someone there that will answer any question that you may have. But again, I thank you guys and appreciate all that you have offered to our county to support our youth in our community. And our director, Deborah Martinez, has done a great job in ensuring that she advocates and comes forward and makes sure our budget has what it needs to truly meet the needs of our community. But again, we do definitely need the community to step forward and support our youth, because there's not just social services, it's Madera County that needs to step forward and help support our kids.
Right.
Thank you.
Boy, I appreciate what you're doing, and there's probably not any important thing to be done than this. These are our most vulnerable citizens. They're our youngest, the people we care for, and you were the subject of a discussion that I had this weekend with a gentleman who I've known most of his life. In fact, I mentored him when he was about 10 and 11 years old. He came along as a man and adopted, him and his wife, fostered and then adopted 2 young girls at the age of 7, which is, I understand, a very, it's an unusual thing because of the age of the kids. The older kids have a tough time getting adopted. But he availed me of, he started a foundation that serves resource families. And it's called FM&S Wake. They take resource families out on the lake on a big boat, and they teach the kids how to wakeboard and just give the family a fun time. And he has a big heart for this. So he told me he's hooking up this with Madera County, and he promised me the opportunity to get Madera County families out on that event, either at Bass Lake or one of the other lakes. But Bass Lake, he said, would be really great because it's in Madera County, and he's got connections up there at Miller's Landing, and just a wonderful young man, and what a wonderful offer that was. So you remind me, okay?
I will.
It's near and dear to my heart, this whole part of our operation. I'll just be transparent and say my wife was adopted, and she's a person who's changed so many people's lives, and we don't know what effect some person that we help change their life will have on the world. And each changed life affects somebody else. And what a great thing it would be to help a young person come along in life. And then later on, they look at you and say, you helped me in my life. You saved my life, or you changed my life. You helped change my life. What a great thought. Man, that's the kind of guy I want to be. How about you? You want to be that kind of person? That's what I want to do with my life. So thank you for what you do. Wow, you got to feel really good.
I do.
About you and your staff have to feel very good about what you do. And I know there are sad moments along the way, because it's not all roses. Kevin Manning is the director of this organization I told you about. And he told me last night, he says, it's not easy, but it's worth it. What a great statement. Thank you. Anybody else have any questions or comments? Let's go up and get a picture with these.
Chair, I'll
great
just
people.
give a
Yeah, go
quick
ahead.
plug,
Go ahead.
youth services has always been pretty near and dear to my heart. My family has been very active in providing youth services up in the mountain communities in Madera County. And actually this past weekend, we just did our first youth ambassador dinner to kind of celebrate the expansion of the organization into neighboring communities. So we have 6 clubs now serving nearly 800 youth. And we're able to do that using state funding that's coming down through our school districts. Very excited to continue building upon this. I've talked with a number of our departments about getting together and really providing wraparound services for our youth, so we can be that early intervention And excited to continue that conversation. And I hope the rest of the board will join me in supporting that. So thank you again for being here.
Fantastic. Thank you, Supervisor McCauley. Let's come.
I also
go
want to
ahead.
invite you guys to our event on May 24th at 5:30 at our office to celebrate our resource parents. And so if you're available, we'll make sure you get the information to you to attend. It's a great event. The kids and the families have a great time.
Matt, be sure and put that on my calendar.
Good morning, Chairman and Supervisors. Deborah Martinez, Social Services Director. Mr. Shates actually wanted to say a couple words.
Oh, by all means, by all means.
Thank you for this opportunity to be here. My name is Derek Chase. I recently moved to Madera County in the last year and a half. We live in Riverstone. My wife and I were obviously foster parents, and we adopted this little girl. When we moved, we needed to get our home recertified. So we reached out to our community, looking to try and find a bed. And Riverstone's a great place if you haven't been there. And so we had the opportunity, a bunch of people flooded us with the opportunity to get a bed so that we could have our home recertified. And so we got the bed, but God gave my wife the idea to open our garage for the opportunity to collect items to give the other foster parents. So we started Peanut's Closet because that's what we call our little girl. We adopted her in June. And so we offer cribs and car seats and beds and mattresses. We've helped families from Merced to Bakersfield, and we do it all for nothing. We told our church about it, and they helped us buy stuff to be able to put clothes in. And so we've helped approximately 100 kids in crisis. That's what we call it for our organization. We've helped approximately 100 kids, and we've been able to give away over $16,000 worth of stuff that has been donated either through monetary donations or through things that have been given to us. And so it's really important to us to be able to give, and we've been able to help families in Madera County quite a bit, and we've been able to push that out. And so if you have a phone, look up Peanuts Closet on Facebook. We just are trying to help families because we know the needs when you get kids that come into your home. But I also want to tell you one thing. We also help reunifying families. We had someone in our neighborhood give a pretty significant donation. And because of that, we were able to keep 4 kids out of foster care, which is just as important as helping kids that are in foster care. So because of donations from people in our community, we were able to help keep 4 kids with their parents. And to me, that's equally, if not more important than what we're doing. So thank you for your time. And if you have a chance, check us out. And we're always posting in the foster parent pages throughout the valley about things, trying to help people get what they need.
Peanuts Closet. Remember that, folks. That's the nickname of my youngest son. Of course, he's 6'3" now. I still call him Peanut, but what a great nickname. And you know, you, sir, are a hero, you and your wife.
No, not me.
You just tore me up when you were talking. I got to tell you, right to the heart. Let's give him a big hand.
Mr. Chairman.
This is the stuff that life's made of right here. This is stuff life's made of.
Yeah, thank you. And I commend you. I have a sister who is adopted. My dad had 7 kids, and guess who his favorite was? There was no mistake, and everybody knew it, and provided so much joy and enrichment to the family. And it's one of those things that are just totally unquantifiable, and totally commend you. And Mike, can you please get his contact information?
Any other comments anybody like to make? Let's come on down. Let's get a picture, and I sure want you in that. But life's all about priorities, isn't it? And when you think about what we do, well, it didn't involve any spending any money. That didn't involve, doing any projects, whatever. This involves people. We're in the people business. And that's what's really important. Wow. And kids especially. Okay, we're going to do 6E.
6E, Assessors Department, introduction of an ordinance amending section 3.47.010 of Title III of the Madera County Code Revenue and Finance pertaining to low-value property assessments.
Morning, Mr. Assessor.
Morning, morning, Chair. Good morning, Board. It's a tough act to follow.
Yeah.
I know that he's got some height. I told him he's got some high chairs coming his way
Cool.
for me. But so today I have a rare opportunity for your board to lower taxes and save the taxpayers money and make some people happy. So the low value ordinance, and I think you have the support letter from Tracy Kennedy in the tax collector's office. These are on $10,000. Our old ordinance was at $5,000. And so many of you probably got calls for when people's boats went over $5,000 last year and they got a tax bill for the first time. So we're going to be able to, each one of these bills is only going to, it costs the same amount to collect as a $10,000 bill would, but they're at $100. Sometimes if they're delinquent, it could be up to $1,000. The net to the county by raising this is going to be about $1,300 to the overall general fund. One delinquent one, you've already paid for that. So there's also some legislation that's moving through right now at the state that will allow the low value ordinance to be higher than this. This is currently the maximum allowable by state of California law. So that's what we're here to ask for, to raise it to $10,000.
Good. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve.
Motion made.
Second.
Motion made second. Any comment from the public? Not roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Supervisor McCauley?
Yes.
Supervisor Wamha?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Chairman Rogers?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, board. Appreciate it. I'm gonna have
Thank
to
you, Mr.
follow that. At
Assessor.
least it's lowering taxes, right?
There you go. That's awesome. Item 6F.
6F, Auditors and Controllers Department, Property Tax Administration, presentation regarding property tax administration costs for 2022-2023. Set a public hearing for May 16, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. to consider adoption of a resolution approving the property tax administration costs and fees for fiscal year 2022-2023.
Good morning, Chairman Rogers, supervisors, staff, county council. So I'm here to present to you a brief presentation on our property tax administration costs. On the second page of the item, it shows the costs that we have to allocate for the year, which is $3,882,919. The majority of those costs are not able to be reimbursed to us because $573,000 that you see on there is from ourselves, and we can't reimburse ourselves. And about 2.7 million is from the schools, and reimbursement is not allowed by law. So we have total reimbursable costs of 572,000. And if you looked at the resolution, there's all the detail about the capturing of the costs, which is from our office, the assessor, tax collector, and a little bit from board and council. And then also detail of all the agencies that the costs are allocated to. So if there's any questions, I'm here, my staff here, who's the experts on this and prepared these items, are here to answer any questions you might have.
Any
So I have
questions?
Jim Boyajian and Catherine Nainoa.
Any questions from the board? If not, any questions from the public? Not bring it back to the board. What's your pleasure?
Move to approve.
Motion made.
I'll second.
Motion made in second. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Wamha?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Supervisor McCauley,
Yes.
Chairman Rogers.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you. 6G.
6G, County Administration Department, discussion and consideration of approval of receipt of unanticipated revenue number 22-183 in the amount of $175,000 derived from special payments / operating transfers into professional and specialized services for fiscal year 2022, 2023. 4 votes required.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jessica Leon, County Administration. So the item before you is essentially a budget adjustment transferring $175,000 from our ARPA fund. If you recall, your board appropriated or allocated approximately $900,000 for programs to help address homelessness. So this is what this would be doing. It's transferring some of that $900,000 into our special payments budget or key to help pay some of those programs and contracts that we're working on.
Okay, very good. Any questions from the board or comments from the public? Not, what's your pleasure, board?
I'll move for approval.
Second. Motion made and second. Let's have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Portress.
Yes.
Supervisor McCauley,
Yes.
Supervisor Wamhaugh,
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Chairman Rogers.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
6H.
6H, County Administration Department, discussion and consideration of approval of a receipt of unanticipated revenue number 22-185 in the amount of $800,000 derived from general fund balances to district attorney office expenses and professional and specialized services and to county coroner rents and leases county vehicles for fiscal year 2022, 2023. 4 votes required.
Hello again, Jessica Leon, County Administration. So this is another one of our budget adjustments. Usually towards the end of the year, we tend to, do these budget adjustments to help clean up some of our budget orgs. This is specific to our public safety, transferring funds into the district attorney's office for as they experienced unforeseen increases in utility expenses, maintenance costs, things like that. And for our sheriff's office to increase the appropriation and for the mileage rates.
Good. Any questions from the public? Bring it back to the board.
Another question, is the majority of this, the increase in the mileage rate that the county has set?
So out of the $800,000 transfer, $650,000 is for the mileage for sheriff's office.
What was the mileage rate prior to and what is it now?
I don't have the exact increase in the mileage rates, but there was an adjusted fleet services increase.
Thank you, Supervisor Joel Begay, County Administrator's Office. The average increase in the blended rate for mileage for the sheriff office, it's going from $1.29 a mile to $1.90 per mile, depending on the class of vehicles. Some of the classes went to 205, some went to 189. So that's the blend. It's about a 43% just based on the adjustments on fuel and the cost of staffing and supplies.
That's a huge increase.
It is huge. Our average prior to that was we were able to keep it in the $3 range. We obviously hit $6 gas, $5 gas for a prolonged period of time, which depleted reserves. So now we have to both adjust for that and replenish reserves and then account for the replacement costs, which have also increased 10 or 20% for the past 3 years.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And that'll be adjusted in the upcoming budget as well.
It is, the rates are published, so departments will be accounting for it in the budgets. But yes, if you remember early in January, we did adjust it mid-year. So this was the cleanup for that.
And Joel, are we seeing similar shortfalls in like our roads department and county fire or?
Well, at the moment, what we've received are the shortfalls on the largest of the mileage users and the largest of the increase were in the sheriff's office. So that's where we've seen most of it. We have not received notification from the other departments that they would need adjustments specific to mileage. Still kind of early. We might have to take some more, but I think some departments are just taking it. Well, we might week by, we may not, but we might have one more cleanup. But the major ones that we needed to do was the public safety ones.
Okay, thank you. What's the pleasure, board?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Motion made in second. I already went to the public for questions, so we'll come back and vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Supervisor Wamha?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor McCauley?
Yes.
Chairman Rogers?
Yes.
The vote passes 5-0.
I'm going to skip over 6I and J. What was your recommended item, J?
I believe you have enough time to either take care of the water items as a group or the public safety items. So either L, M, and N or O and P before your scheduled break.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to let the people here for the homeless thing. So that means that they can leave now and come back at 1:30.
Yeah, that's the fact.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just-
because it's going to be a longer discussion on that. More than likely, and Jay is right on that. So let's take care of K through N and let's see how that rolls out, see what that leaves us with. So item K,
Human Resources Department, discussion and consideration to adopt a resolution amending salary and fringe benefit schedules to amend salary schedules to include a 3.5% cost of living adjustment COLA for representative and unrepresentative employees, including appointed department heads, excluding elected officials, effective May 1st, 2023.
okay. Morning, Roman.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Roman Noriega, Human Resources. On April 4th, 2023, your board approved a new pay period for all county employees beginning in April 2023. The new pay period will improve overall payroll efficiency. The terms of the new pay period were negotiated with all bargaining units. Employees were provided with a one-time off-cycle payment in April as a stopgap to minimize the impact to employees in their April paychecks due to the transition. The item for your consideration is to adopt a salary resolution for 3.5% cost of living adjustment or COLA effective May 1st, 2023 for all classifications, within the classified services to adopt the repayment of the OTOP over a 12-month period, May 2023 to April 2024. Employees will continue to receive the 3.5% COLA after the OTOP is fully repaid to the county. Elected officials will not receive the OTOP or 3.5% COLA.
Okay, any questions from the public on this item? Hearing none, bring it back to the board. What's your pleasure, board?
Move to approve.
Motion made.
I'll second.
Motion made and second. Let's vote.
Supervisor Wamha?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Supervisor McCauley?
Yes.
Chairman Rogers?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Okay, 6J. Or no, let's see, what is it?
6L.
L, I'm sorry. I need to wear my glasses.
6L Probation Department, discussion and consideration to adopt a resolution authorizing a grant application and agreement with BSCC Mobile Probation Centers Grant Program administered by the Board of State and Community Corrections and authorizing execution of grants related to the agreements.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Chris Childers, your Chief Probation Officer.
Morning, Chief.
Morning. I'm here to ask the board to adopt a resolution to accept this grant. We're, as a county, we were awarded $497,000 for what we would call a mobile probation services unit, which is essentially a probation office on wheels that will reach out to all the rural communities as well as the eastern part of the county, Chowchilla, to meet with our probation clients who otherwise would have difficulty or are vulnerable because they're homeless and wouldn't be able to make their probation appointment, which is, by the way, one of the most frequent technical violations when a person is on probation. So the goal is to eliminate probation violations that are related to not showing up to see your probation officer. And part of the service that we'll be providing will also be bringing along other agencies as well to be able to serve the persons on probation. That could be possibly somebody from behavioral health, a clinician, and a drug counselor, and be able to have a actual crisis session if needed be in that probation mobile unit. So we're excited about the money. It gives us opportunity to purchase a Sprinter van and uplift it or upfit it with all the latest creature features such as laptops, Wi-Fi, mobile office equipment, and also have a bathroom so we can provide drug testing of the persons on probation for illegal substances. So
Very good.
it's
Thank you, Chief.
really
Awesome.
excited.
Yeah. Any questions for the chief?
I was just gonna ask what the difference is between the mobile unit and a car. You just explained it, so. thanks. You don't want a drug test in a car.
That and the cost to buy one.
Yeah. Any comments from the public on this item? Now I'll bring it back to the board. Move to approve. Motion made.
Second.
Motion made and second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor McCauley,
Yes.
Supervisor Wamhaugh,
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras,
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Chairman Rogers.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too. 6M.
6M, Sheriff Coroner's Office, Corrections Division, discussion and consideration of entering into an amendment to MC number 11589-20 with Madera, I'm so sorry, with California Forensics Medical Group, Inc., amending composition in the amount not to exceed $4,764,568 for fiscal year 2022, 2023, $5,906,197.48 for fiscal year 2024, and $5,968,353.48 for fiscal year 2024, 2025, and extending the term to June 30th, 2025, and authorizing the chairman to sign.
Good morning, members of the board. Mr. Chairman, Chris Rodriguez, captain at the local jail. Just want to discuss the increase of medical staff and why it's required. To meet the industry standard, we want registered nurses to triage and screen all of our incomings. Currently, we have correctional officers, correctional deputies work in that process, and that opens up a lot of liability. A jail of our size, you're not going to find a jail our size not having a registered nurse doing that process. But Madera County is still continuing that process. So therefore, we're asking to increase our staffing to accommodate that. So, good. Any questions?
Any questions for the chief or for the captain?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Chris, I was just curious what you're going to have to pay registered nurses on an hourly basis, or are they contracted out with somebody and you pay them? I know they're out of sight, so I didn't know if it was some kind of a contract company or what the.
Well, Pat has a standard in place, and all we're doing is increasing our staffing to have 24-hour coverage. I believe according to the numbers, it's up to 900,000 to cover that 24/7. Back 3 years ago, when we did our RFP for medical services, it was detected at that point that we needed to have those nurses. We just chose at that point not to go and do that. But obviously with the closure of Madera Community Hospital, it's extremely important for us to clear these folks prior to accepting them and putting that liability on the county. So I can tell you in the last 6 months, we've had an increase of inmates going out to the hospital. So it's important to have the appropriate medical staff on site screening these folks before we accept them.
Sure, and I get it. I was just kind of curious of because I just know that the costs have been going up and up and up from those earnings, but I get it as far as needing them. I was just, because I know they're, $80 an hour, $100 an hour, $120 an hour, but that's fine.
They're the new doctors now, I guess. So
yeah, exactly. Thank you.
And then just for clarity, so this brings us from, I think, like 1.5 full-time equivalents to just under 6. Is that right? Am I reading this correctly?
Yes, we're just adding an additional 4.2 FTEs. So that's for the 24/7 coverage. So those nurses will be assigned in the booking area.
Okay. And then as far as the staff retention bonus that's outlined in the contract, how long do they have to be, with the county or with the organization to receive that retention bonus? Do you know, or?
The retention bonus is for the current employees that we have in place. It's been difficult to staff, and even with these openings, just like Supervisor Poitras mentioned, it's going to be difficult for us to retain some staff at that rate. I don't have the dollar rates in front of me, but these aren't rates like Kaiser or St. Agnes or the local community hospital. So they're still having difficulties with that staffing in order to entice those to apply to work in the jail, we had to increase that rate.
Right, right. Makes sense. Completely. Okay, any questions from the public? Come ahead, you have to come to the mic.
Ralph Pistoresi. I noticed here that the budget is $4,764,000 for this year. I'd be interested in knowing what it was last year to see how much it increased. And then from this year to next year, it's going to go up like $1.3 million. And then the following year, it doesn't go up that much. There's a huge increase from one year to the next. And my mom was in the hospital the last few days, and there was a nurse staffing shortage in the hospital. They were being overworked. But you know what? From what I learned here today, if we're in dire need of a nurse or medical assistance, we're going to go to the county jail because that's where we have a good chance of getting treated.
Not wrong.
So, you know, and the other thing I'd be interested in knowing is where are they getting these nurses from and how have they negotiated, you know, the level of nursing that they need to what they're doing? They're not giving them IVs. They're probably just checking them out. Seems like you could get people that can do that, you know, at a more reasonable rate, you know. So they're not giving them, I don't think, I don't know, but I don't
Well,
think.
the problem with that is that the law requires a medically qualified person, such as a registered nurse, to do that. So you still have to get a registered nurse. It wouldn't matter what you know, what we'd like to do. The law requires it. So without that, we're putting ourselves in a liability way. We could easily shoot that million on a lawsuit that would cap this county quick.
That's right. That's true. It's a very good point.
Yeah.
All the more reason why we need to get the hospital going again.
Absolutely, we
So we
agree.
can just transport the people to the hospital.
And we couldn't
Yeah,
agree more.
maybe we can get something going to see what we got going on that or find out.
Sure.
Thanks.
Sure. Thank you. Chris, go ahead.
Just real quick, I did want to mention that our current contract was for 5 years and there was automatically increases. So it was increasing every single year. And obviously with the addition of the staff, then that's why next year's fiscal year is obviously there's a larger increase. But to my recollection, I believe it was a 3 or 5% increase annually on the 5-year terms. So we're at the tail end of that contract. That's why you see the large increase. So
We're entering a period of national crisis concerning the availability of nurses. I mean, we're in a big problem. And it's obviously one of the things that really sunk Madera Community Hospital. So, and it's sinking a lot of other ships as well. We're not alone in that ball game. So it's a serious issue.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead,
Chris's
sir.
recollection is correct. The amount listed in your backup for the 21-22 budget year was 4.625 million. This year, as listed in your letter, it's 4.764. So that's about a 3.5 to a 4% increase.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, so
Yeah, go ahead.
just to clarify Ralph's perspective, if someone comes in to be booked into jail and you have a custodial officer who is there medically screening them, and they allow someone in who really shouldn't have been, they're relying on their inexpertise letting that person in. And if there's an in custody death inside the jail when someone really should have been going to the hospital, that's where the liability lies with the county. If we accept these people with conditions that we don't know about or we're not medically equipped to know about. So that's why, and I'm actually astonished to hear that we don't have, that our custodial officers are actually doing that screening. Of course, it makes it a little bit easier if we have a hospital. You can be a little more lenient and kick people out and say, go get checked first, right? But we don't have that luxury anymore.
and it also has to be noted that since we don't have a local hospital and you have these folks roaming around our communities, It's not like these people are constantly going to their local physicians and getting health updates. So a majority of our population do come in with major medical issues. So it just increases that liability. So unfortunately, we have to combat that with appropriate staffing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any more comments from the board? What's your pleasure?
I'll move to approve.
Motion made.
second.
Motion made and second. Let's vote.
Supervisor Wilma,
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras.
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Supervisor McCauley,
Yes.
Chairman Rogers.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
6 in.
6N, Sheriff's Coroner's Office, discussion and consideration of approval of receipt of unanticipated revenue number 22-179 in the amount of $1 million derived from general fund fund balance and tree mortality ST disaster relief to tree mortality professional and specialized services for fiscal year 2022-2023, 4 votes required.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Joseph Wilder from the Sheriff's Office. I came before you in February regarding this, and with your direction, move forward with the changeover in the budget. Just to give you a little awareness of what has happened in between the 2 board meetings, we have met with IT. We're moving forward with moving our database and getting that back up and running. We're hoping to have field staff out marking trees here shortly. And we have received a reimbursement already from Cal OES from our project in January.
Fantastic. And I got to say, you guys are really making road marks, in marks up there, because it's just so different from what it was. I'm just astonished at the work. Thank you so much for what you're doing. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, if you, at some point, could you bring a presentation to the board to showcase that to the public of what the investments are up in the foothills? That'd be helpful for the public to know.
Of course.
Yeah, great. Any public comment on this item? Bring it back to the board.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Motion made and second. Let's vote.
Supervisor McCauley,
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras.
Yes.
Supervisor Wamhaugh,
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Chairman Rogers.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Let's go to pending legislation, 7A.
County Administration Department, discussion and consideration to ratify a letter of opposition of AB 1168 relating to emergency medical services as authored by Assembly Member Steve Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You previously approved as a board an opposed letter on this bill. The board has since, the bill has since been amended over the recommendation of staff, and the local EMS provider and the public health director is to continue to oppose this. Therefore, we've authored a new letter. If it looks familiar, your original letter was from April 4th. This one obviously was dated April 18th, and it had to be sent in a timely fashion then. So this is a ratification of that letter.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Not, bring it back to the board.
Move to approve.
Motion made.
I'll second.
Let's vote.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras.
Yes.
Supervisor Wamhaugh,
Yes.
Supervisor McCauley,
Yes.
Chairman Rogers.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Okay, so we will adjourn right now and we will reconvene at 1:30 and we're going to, anyway, see you at 1:30.
We're ready.
Welcome back. And we had a good presentation at the retirement of Hector Mendoza. I mean, Madrigal. My mind went wandering there for a second. Very good. And so we'll move on to our agenda with our agenda item 6I.
6I, County Administration Department, presentation of the taking action, steps to prevent and end homelessness in Madera County, strategic plan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Joel Begay, County Administrative Office. Today's presentation will cover the proposed strategic plan to end homelessness, which we have collectively entitled Taking Action, Steps to End and Prevent Homelessness in Madera County. And I give the screen a chance to catch up. Go. Right. This strategic plan is a culmination of a year's worth of work of individuals and organizations that directly work with or are part of what we refer to as the homelessness continuum of care. In the interest of time, we will refer you to the acknowledgement section of the strategic plan for a list of those that all those that participated. However, I do want to note that everybody that's going to be presenting today is just but a subset of the broader group that has worked and contributed to this document.
Can you hold it a second? We got a lot of feedback coming through this system here. If we could do something about that, that's very distracting. Go ahead and give it a shot there and see what we got going on.
All right. Is that better?
That's a
I
lot
think it's
better.
better. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Right. So in this presentation, we will provide some context and explain how the plan fits with the broader federal and state and local efforts, and then provide your board with the most salient points and examples of the goals and strategies that were recommended as part of the strategic plan. The purpose of the strategic plan, or part of the purpose of the strategic plan, is to allow us to coordinate better as a community as we have collective ownership of our homelessness system of care. But more importantly, it will allow us to effectively navigate and align our own resources and efforts to meet federal, state, and local goals, but do this in a more thoughtful and coordinated way so that we can leverage our own strengths, adopt new best practices, but also apply our own county's values in our approach. Federal efforts are reflected through the Interagency Council on Homelessness, otherwise referred to as USICH, various federal agencies, as well as initiatives of the current administration. However, the unifying federal theme is that there needs to be a 25% reduction, or the goal of the federal theme is to have a 25% reduction in homelessness by 2025. They aim to do this by focusing on three major areas, meaning prevention, affordable housing, and effective crisis response. This is important to note as federal funding guidelines for a focus around these themes. At the state level in California, we have the California Roadmap Home 2030, which provides more specific goals than the federal efforts and also offer 57 specific policy recommendations across all levels of government. At the local level, we are part of the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care, which has set a higher goal in reducing family homelessness relative to single adult homelessness, but also in turn upholds the same strategies and targets as state and federal agencies have. Lastly, and it's not on this slide, CSAC's At Home initiative, which provides a set of principles for counties to focus advocacy efforts as it aims to help define roles and responsibilities on homelessness and streamline funding streams to cities and counties. To say the landscape is confusing is an understatement. What I will say, though, is that no matter how confusing the funding landscape becomes, if we have a functioning strategic plan, we'll be able to navigate and effectively provide clear goals and strategies that will work for our community and ultimately reduce homelessness by a meaningful level. With that, I will now turn it over to Mandy Mendez to kick us off on the overview of the gaps analysis and the strategic plan goals and strategies.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Maddie Mendez, and Board of Supervisors, staff, and community members. I'm Maddie Mendez. I'm the Executive Director of Community Action Partnership of Madera County. I'm also the Madera County Homeless Coordinator. I would like to share the Madera County process, which is on the screen, the Madera mission and vision and guiding principles. So before you, you should have a list that looks a little like this. A list of names of those involved. And I want to acknowledge the those that lived with experiences of homelessness. They participated in 2 focus groups. One was conducted at the Madera Rescue Mission, and the other one was conducted at CAP-MC, but involved our tenants at Shunammite Place, a permanent supportive housing location that is funded by HUD. We also had Westside Family Preservation Network, and we also conducted street outreach. We thank them for their involvement, their input, and for being a part of our strategic plan. Our County Administrative Officer, Jay Varney, had led this process, and he did that by sharing with us that success will only be possible by working together and in a partnership with people experiencing homelessness. We were looking for that beacon of light for a while, and Jay is that person that said, we're going to tackle this together. And he also shared, we believe that Madera County can join in this effort, bringing compassion, courage, and accountability to help our friends, families, and neighbors who are struggling to find and maintain a home. I want to thank Jay for his autonomy to allow us to work together to be a part of this strategic plan. Madera County is fortunate, and I've always shared that Madera County is the county of hope. When Joel became part of the FMCOC, that's when we really started to focus on where are we going, where are we headed, what are we going to do? And he led us by being a representative on the FMCOC board. His input is always, they always reach out to Joel for Madera County, and he is the voice to bring us together to where are we going, what are we going to do? So we have a steering committee, and you'll hear from many of them today, but I also want to thank the faith base. The faith base have been the boots on the ground for many, many years prior to us working on with the homeless. And the faith base with Pastor Al, the mission over at Valley West Christian Center, the Catholic Church, faith-based in Oakhurst, Chowchilla, they have all been on the boots, on the ground, serving them and trying to get them help for many, many years. I am very honored that they participated in being a part of the stakeholder meetings. How we started is Homebase, our consultant, asked, what information can you share with us? What can you give us? So we provided in the top screen, we provided a lot of documents that we had, but nothing was together, nothing was united. We had meetings and convenings. We met bi-weekly with the steering committee, and we had the focus groups, as I mentioned. There were 15 stakeholders that participated, but it was also important to us that our law enforcement, probation, the DA's office, our law enforcement agencies participate in this as well, because they are the first ones to be called when a homeless is trespassing on property. So we wanted their input as part of the strategic plan. We began by developing a mission and a vision. Our vision is all individuals and families in Madera County can achieve housing stability and long-term self-sufficiency. We all felt that we could be a part of that vision. And our mission was to rapidly connect people experiencing or at risk of homelessness with services and supports that enable them to retrain, sustain stable housing and independence. It is not one agency that can provide all of the services to the homeless. It takes all of us. We developed and with Homebase guiding principles. What are we looking at? We came up with 6 guiding principles, and you can see them before you, but I call your attention to the second bullet, customized solution, to recognize of the unique needs and strengths of each individual experiencing homelessness and customizing the housing and services through a trauma-informed, strength-based approach. So these are our guiding principles that we will we will use to develop our goals, our objectives, and our strategies. I'd now like to transfer this presentation to someone participating virtually. Her name is Julie Silas. She's a senior attorney with Homebase.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for having us. I'm going to talk a little bit about the results of all this great work that the steering committee did and all the different participants and all the community members who engaged. The work resulted into two documents. One is Madera County Homelessness Gaps Analysis, which looks at what's in place, how are things working, and where there are opportunities for improvement. And then the Madera County Taking Action Steps to Prevent and End Homelessness in Madera County, which reflects on those gaps and identifies a series of goals and how to achieve those goals through strategies and action steps. Before we get into what we recommended, what the steering committee came up with from the strategic plan, I want to kind of lay out how the system works so that everyone has a foundation of what the system should look like so that it makes sense where the strategic plan is going. So the first door, like the front door for people experiencing homelessness, has two areas for people to come in. They either come in through street outreach, which is that lower left-hand green box, or through coordinated entry, which is a system that's put in place by FMCOC and works specifically in Madera County as entrance points where people may be working with providers. They may go to CAPMC, they may go to Madera Rescue Mission and say they need assistance, and they will go through coordinated entry. People will learn about what their needs are and then figure out how to prioritize them in a series of a list of folks who need housing and services, because as we all know, there are not sufficient housing or services available to meet the needs across the county currently. So once they're assessed, they may get targeted for prevention and diversion. So are there opportunities to keep them from becoming from experiencing homelessness? And how can we do that? And if not, there is an effort to help people find shelter. And then through both of those processes, the next result is actually where do we get housing? So there are a number of different housing areas of rapid rehousing, which is short-term supportive services and housing and some subsidies for up to 24 months. And then permanent supportive housing, which is folks who are unable to be able to live independently with some kind of ongoing supportive services. And then there's more permanent housing where it's either subsidized with or without community-based services involved. And so that's sort of the picture. And of course, we're all wanting everyone to be in that yellow right-hand column with the permanent housing and for everyone. So that's where we're going for. And that's the context with which we were looking at gaps and then strategies to improve on those gaps. So we'll go to the next slide. So through the process that Maddie described, there are 5 areas where there's opportunities for improvement that were identified through this process. One was enhancing prevention and diversion assistance, strengthening the homeless emergency response system, and that's includes street outreach and shelters, increasing safe and affordable housing, more robust data collection and analysis, understanding better, using data to understand better how people are moving through the system, who's coming into the system, and how to even be able to allocate and coordinate and collaborate more effectively to get people into services and housing on a more rapid basis, and then coordinating and communicating to ensure effective use of limited resources. And we'll just say that Madera is in very good shape and that there's very many organizations who are committed. But as Maddie said earlier, there's a lot of things happening, but it's not coordinated in a way that makes it as effective as it could be. So a lot of the strategies you'll see really focus on how to enhance and increase and strengthen the coordination and bring the whole county to hold together. the homeless response system. So I'm going to pass it back, I think, to Joel, who's going to talk a little bit about where we landed with the strategic plan. Joel.
Thanks, Julie. So the strategic plan has 5 major focus areas or goals as we identify in the slide. It's important to note that these goals are not meant to be tackled sequentially, but they're meant to be addressed concurrently. Within each goal will be specific strategies to focus on that include a mixture of programs and practice level improvements, but as well as some policy level considerations that your board might consider. Strategies are diverse in a way that they focus both on short and long-term impacts, and as well as the degree of difficulty. Some will be low-hanging fruit, some would be a lot harder to tackle. And this goal structure allows each one of us that are part of the system to see where we fit and where we'll be able to make an impact. To cover the first goal, goal A, will be Deborah Martinez.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman and Supervisors. Deborah Martinez, Director of Social Services and the Public Guardian. So I've been asked to review Goal A. It's been my pleasure to be part of this committee, looking at something that's pretty serious and impacts every one of our programs in our community. I'd like to revert a little bit back to the reference to what California's plan is on homelessness. It is to end it by what year? 2030. So something else that's very fundamental about 2030 is that's when seniors will be 1 in 6 in California. So at the time that we are addressing these issues of homelessness, we are aging, and by 2030, we will be 1 in 6, just making it that much more difficult. So we indicated there was 5 different areas of gaps, 5 primary ones. So you'll indicate the first one is the stop homelessness before it begins. Well, when you can prevent something, it's usually going to be less costly and less painful, and that's what you try to do. So we want to look to see if we can identify that, those kinds of flexible dollars that help us get folks out of a jam before they become homeless. That's always going to be the least expensive way. So we have to identify them, and we have to have funds to actually provide those services. So we have to understand how to educate both our clients and our staff in terms of what to look for and how we can assist and what's available to assist. There's also the possibility of establishing an eviction policy or reduction or mitigation process. And they may, let's see, I apologize, it's not here. Not the one I was looking at. At any rate, but an eviction policy that's countywide is something that you can consider. The other thing, the other strategy action was to improve the coordination between us. So we all have homeless programs, but they all come with their own strings attached. If somebody comes to us in DSS, Department of Social Services, requesting cash assistance, for instance, then we can provide housing assistance to them. We do enter it into the Fresno Madera Coordinated Care System, the FMCOC, we enter it there. But if somebody's coming in for cash assistance, for CalFresh or food stamps, that information doesn't go in there if they tell us that they're homeless. If somebody's coming in for general relief, that doesn't come and go into the FMCOC. My staff are not providers of housing if it's for CalFresh. So there is a hole right there, right? So that means that right now I have 600-700 folks that are saying they're receiving CalFresh and they're homeless. But if you look at what the PIT says, we don't have anywhere near that kind of number in terms of homeless, right? There's a gap there. There's a information that is missing from our FMCOC in terms of homeless in our community. If I have that many people that are at least home insecure, if not homeless. So there, in terms of being able to partner with and coordinate with one another, that's what we're speaking of. There is very few counties that I can think of that, and actually none, that have the level of coordination between department heads. I have Maddie's and I have all my behavior, all the partners, what do you call it, phone numbers. So we text all the time. So it's whether it's Connie and Maddie, we're usually the 3 that are mostly texting. But if somebody's looking for help, if it's for someone who's got a family, Maddie knows to contact me first, because generally there's going to be something I can do for that folks. If they learn that somebody was previously in foster care, then they contact me because I may be able to help them, likely to help them. And remember that now you can be in foster care up to the age of 21. And even if you exit, you can come back. Okay, so that's very important for our foster youth. But not everybody understands that or knows that, and that's what this is about. Gap A is about finding out how we can partner, making sure that we inform one another about what those prevention, diversion, and information that's necessary in order to be able to paint the true picture of where we stand and what we can do. Okay, and so now to discuss goal B, I will bring up Connie.
Good afternoon. I'm actually taller than her. All right. Oh, it's my heels. No, hi. Just waking you up. Good afternoon. Connie Moreno Praza, Director of Behavioral Health, Chairman of the Board, members of the board. Ours is going to be a team presentation. So I got my partners in crime, Jesse Chavez, Director of Madera Rescue Mission, and Pastor Al. Everybody knows Pastor Al. But just on this particular, our focus is increase access to homeless emergency response services. And let's see if we can work this. There we go. So each of us are going to cover a strategy. Just to let you know, our homeless population, most of the clients that we serve have either alcohol and drug or mental health. So behavioral health, we're in every day is a priority. We're housing people almost every day, every other day. So for me, it's like a given. It's part of my day-to-day, and I'm committed to help our homeless population with many issues, but definitely alcohol and drug and mental health. But before that, I'm going to turn it over to Jesse, who will cover the first strategy.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Board Supervisors. My name is Jesse Chavez. I'm the Executive Director of the Madera Rescue Mission. Thank you for the opportunity to share about our part in prevention and reducing homelessness in Madera. As you can see, we are part of a group of agencies and people that care about our community and the people we serve. This morning, you saw a bunch of people and our staff was here. And they're totally committed to eliminating homelessness. I just wanted to mention our staff is Greg, Linda, Christina, and Scott. Scott was the one that did the prayer this morning. And he actually had signed up about a month ago to do the prayer. I didn't know. And I asked him, how did you get this gig? He said, well, I just signed up, and lo and behold, we're both here. So God works in mysterious ways. The Madera Rescue Mission is very excited about the triage center that is going to be built on our campus very, very soon. We are confident that with the collaboration with all these agencies, we will provide the best practices for the people we serve. And I'm just amazed on how all the agencies, how the walls have been broken down. That we're working as a team. It's not like, okay, they're going to do this, they're going to do a better thing. No, we're all going to do the same work, and we're going to do it together with Maddie and Connie's help, Deborah's help. We're able to have this collaboration going on that I don't think it's been around before. So like, as I said, we're confident about the collaboration and to provide the best practices for the people that we will serve. Madera Rescue Mission has been serving here for over 36 years. We know what works to help people out of their situation and to set them on the right path. We know what the solution is. So again, thank you for the opportunity, and we'll see you at the groundbreaking of the Triage Center. Thank you.
So in behavioral health, we have a day dashboard where we track our clients where they're placed. So we have like 73 clients housed as of this morning. We have folks in Sugar Pine, Esperanza Village. We have them in partnership. We have a great partnership with Madera Rescue Mission. We have them with AB 109 with probation. So they provide funding. So every day we track how many people are housed, how many people are pending, how many available slots do we have. And for us, it's very, very important that we keep that dashboard alive. And we hope to add more with the bridge housing application that we just submitted. We plan to add probably 20 to 37 more. So we'll work in collaboration with our partners here together, and we do work together on who gets in and then which system we use, and we track all those services. But I'm very blessed that I don't do anything alone. I don't know if Tyson's here. So Sheriff, we have many programs. We have the CARES unit. We provide mobile crisis outreach We go to Oakhurst quite a bit. We go to Chowchilla. We're here in Madera, and we help with any situation that they have with either a mental health crisis, substance abuse crisis, and if they're homeless, we connect them with services. With our sheriff department, we have the COPS grant, and that's also for outreach, street outreach, for us to find folks who may be homeless, place them, refer them to treatment or to other services. We also have, again, with AB 109, we also have folks from probation that we help those folks also to place them at Madera Rescue Mission. We have 10 slots there with them. So we also have a crisis response team. Deborah and I are very involved, and Maddie has joined us as well to help folks who have opiate addiction and who may be homeless. We can help them with housing resources as well. But we're working together to prevent overdoses and to save lives. So in behavioral health, we are very blessed. As you know, MHSA is a big funder for us. We get a good percentage of our allocation. We've been able to provide housing for several years under Mental Health Services Act, and we hope to increase that allocation in the future. So our main requirement is that folks have either mental health, substance abuse, and if they have other conditions, we're able to work together and collaborate on an ongoing basis. So those are some of the few of the programs that we have, and there's more to come. Now I'd like to pass it over to Pastor Al.
Mr. Chairman, board members, I thank you for the honor to come before you this morning. This isn't my normal walk in life. For those of you that don't know us, Clearview Outreach has been serving our homeless community for the past 18 years. God laid it on my heart many years ago. I was homeless when I was 17 years old. And the one thing that I remembered was that nobody had a place to send me to, and nobody was there to advise me. And so when obviously God got a hold of me, turned my life around, and that's been our mission ever since, is to, number one, help those that are homeless and guide them into some place to go. And number two, to spread the gospel of Jesus Christ to them, because we think when we have those two things mixed together, then we have a formula for success. We've never had that before. And this year, we have a collaboration between what I notice is behavioral health and the rescue mission. Normally somebody will show up on my doorstep at 4:30 in the afternoon on Friday, and there's nothing we could do. So we have a lawn chair set up in the back of our yard and say, this is the best I got for you. And whether it's raining or cold or whatever, this is what we have. Now, with this program that they're placing, Jesse has 24 beds allotted for a low barrier area that we can take that person. We can call the outreach worker. They'll come get them. They'll place them into that area. This is phenomenal. It also allows the faith-based come alongside of them and assist them as they go through, teaching them life skills and also teaching them the gospel of Jesus Christ. So this is a program that I'm really excited about, and I hope that you see the brilliance behind it, because all these agencies are working. All of this is essential to breaking the cycle of homelessness. Getting them into and just getting them off the streets is not the answer. We have to somehow teach them life skills and the gospel. And I believe this is the way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Al. Now I'd like to pass it over to Jody Ketcheside. She's online. She'll talk about the next strategy.
Good afternoon. I think I'm unmuted now. So we all know that the solution to homelessness is housing. So what we want to discuss with Goal C is how to look at what available land we have out there and start assessing it and using it for permanent housing, whether that's low income housing, permanent supportive housing programs that come online, but really prioritizing that available land for permanent housing. And then ensuring that the community is protecting the existing affordable housing and expanding into more affordable housing through local policy. And then finally, expanding access to the housing market. So one of the strategies to doing that is to start practicing shared housing. And shared housing kind of looks different for everyone, but it is something that's catching on across the country for situations where folks maybe can't afford the rent on their own, but don't necessarily know somebody that they could live with. And looking at our matching process through coordinated entry to make sure that those matches are appropriate. So people who are kind of in the same boat, maybe in the same place in their recovery, so that they're not, matched up to folks that maybe aren't stabilized enough to maintain housing and end up being kind of collateral damage to that. So that's kind of a strategy within the strategy to up the usage of shared housing. There are some hurdles to jump with that in terms of Section 8 vouchers and looking at the housing authority's openness to practicing shared housing, but these are all things that we are looking to explore and implement. And now I will turn it over to, I believe, Maddie again.
Thank you, Jody. So we are at Goal D, improve quality of data about homelessness. So there is a software that you will hear quite often. It's called HMIS. And we all are familiar with it, but it's time for us to all input into the HMIS system. So what it does is it tracks the homeless individual or family, but it allows us, if we have a project or if we have the person access to the information, we can update in real time. So you can see the agency working with the family or working with the individual or where they are currently. For example, if we have housing for an individual, but then they relapse and they need rehab, we will input information about them in leaving for a rehabilitation center, but the plans is for them to return to housing. Or if they decide they're going to stay where they are and they're not going to come back to Madera County, we update that. So with us today as staff, as Jesse had his staff here earlier, is staff that work out of the help center of CAPMC, and they're in the back row. They're the caseworkers, they're the lead workers. They are the people that are providing the direct service, the outreach to the homeless. And this is just a little bit of the team. But Deborah has the HSP team. They work together. It would be, I think we could almost fill this section of the room with all of the individuals in Madera County or community-based organizations that are working to serve the homeless. But now it's time to train. Now it's time to come together and gather the data so we can show real time to yourselves or to other agencies, city government, the services that are being provided. The next goal is collaborate, communicate effectively across the region. We were hoping our chair from the FMCOC, Laura, could be with us, but I can share that the FMCOC has had 2 action camps. And the second action camp is what we've been, in meetings with Jay and Joel, we've talked about, we need a task force. Well, we're calling that a case conferencing, and case conferencing is where you have the homeless individual or family a part of the solution, a part of the planning. Or it could be a multidisciplinary team where we're making plans for them or, providing them information as we develop the next steps for them. So we hope to strengthen that as a region. We are FMCOC, so the region is Fresno, Madera, and we hope to strengthen that and work together to provide input. And our applications such as HAP, we want to be able to coordinate and provide collective action strategies that shows an impact and a reduction of homeless in Madera County. Now I'm going to ask Joel.
So we're wrapping up the presentation, I promise. So what are the next steps, board? So we need to go through an implementation plan, right? So if your board approves the strategic plan, we need to go into the implementation plan phase. And what happens here is with the myriad of strategies, we need to prioritize which ones can be done within the next 12 months, right? That would have immediate impact. We need to establish, most of the folks, all of the folks here have said, we all have our programs here in the whole continuum of care. How do we establish ownership of our programs and in the goals, and what are we going to work on? So That way we define the roles and responsibilities. We need to make sure that the collaboration stays strong. And in the areas where, there needs to be some improvement, we improve those collaboration. So I like that Deborah has, everybody's on the phone number. We need to make sure that the staff that work for them have that communication as well, right? So that way they're not overwhelmed. And then the elephant in the room is the funding. So the good news in the realm of homelessness is that federal and state agencies seem to be wanting to fund homelessness. And I think we've gotten to a point where the funding landscape is so confusing. Where the strategic plan will help there is that it gives 5 concurrent goals, right? We need to work on these components, and then we need to find what from the federal or state menu of items can fund these goals. Because we know these 5 will work for our community. We just need to figure out how do we fund it using these federal state efforts, rather than figuring out how do we apply the federal or state model and how it works in our community. So this is just elaborating it. We need to focus on the strategies that we can accomplish in the next 12 months and really focus on that, and then continue to reevaluate it, because the strategic plan is meant to be a living document. And one of the things, probably one of the first things that will be brought to your board is to look at the Housing the Homeless Committee being the driver. So where does the Housing the Homeless Committee, which includes representatives from both cities, does it need to become more formalized in terms of implementing the strategic plan? So those are one of the first immediate things that might come up if your board approves the strategic plan. And I believe that concludes our presentation, and we're all open for any questions you may have.
Yeah, I'd like to address a few things that would, and then we'll work through the board here. I realize this is basically an overview and you don't have the time to get into the real, what do you call it? The grind, the nuts and bolts of the operation. My main concern as we have been really plugged into this issue, as far as like in the city of Chowchilla, we've and the surrounding parts over there, we've had a lot of interaction with these circumstances, and it hasn't been pleasant by any means. I can tell you that it's very unpleasant. I don't know how you folks live with, working day to day in that circumstance. I'm sure it's very rewarding in some ways, because you do see some people totally turn their lives around. And I realize that that's the case many, many times. I'm going to just deal with the 90-pound gorilla in the room if I give me deference for that. And I don't want to seem unfeeling or in any way smug or pious or anything else. And when I say these things, but I think it's just something we have to address. A lot of for homeless people, a lot of the homeless, and this has been my experience, and I think there's statistics to bear that out. Homelessness is a symptom and not a problem necessarily for some of these people. So just getting them a house is not the answer. I see the heads shaking, so I know I'm on the right track. And I've talked to some about this, so I think I'm on the right track. The bigger issue for some is the drug addiction, the mental illness, and sometimes both go hand in hand. Some are so far gone they're unrecoverable as far as the mental illness. I've seen them out there standing in the middle of streets with a blanket over their head and it raining full bore, and this empty shell of a human standing there, and some of them look young, and it's just so disturbing to see that. And you know that a person in their right mind wouldn't be standing there in the rain in the middle of the street with a soaked blanket over their body, because it just doesn't make sense. So and I think in many cases, and this is my fear about talking about this again, but I hear a different tone, and I want to give you that glimmer before I say what I'm about to say. The government shoves a lot of money at this. They have through the years, and in many cases, they've only enabled the problem. And I think that we have to be careful that we're not enabling some of these people to continue in this lifestyle. And what I mean by that is I know that a lot of these individuals can get on disability. And what the government is doing with Social Security is, in my opinion, a crime. It's an absolute crime because you're giving a person so-called unemployable, you're giving them money to do drugs. And that's what's happening. I read a thing just a couple of days ago that really, really popped me in the jaw. And I sent it to my chief of staff and I sent it to Matt Trieber just for their thoughts on it. And it said that a person, one of the statements in there, person that is addicted to drugs will turn anything that they receive, any help they receive, anything at all that they can find, they'll turn it into drugs because they're addicted. And that is a fact. I mean, we know that they will take that help and they'll turn it into drugs. So we got to find a way to not shove money at the issue, especially to the client, because that's not the answer for them. We're putting them in a perpetual hole. We're sending them down the path that many have gone, and for a lot of them, it ends up in death, and that's a very sad thing. My wife always comments about seeing, especially young men. It really bothered her to see young men because she raised 3 boys, and she thinks of them as, what if that was my child, you know? And that's a good comment because these are people, and we've got to care more than that. So, and sometimes it involves tough love, doesn't it? It involves tough love and all of those things. But what I was saying, so there's 3 things that stand out to me here: mental illness, drug addiction, and then advocacy. How can we make inroads with the federal and state government and talk to them about, hey, you're not doing the right thing by pouring money to these people. You need to be sending money to the institutions and the organizations that can help them and basically force them. Now, we know there are propositions that have really hurt us in this state in that regard. And I was talking with somebody today. I think it's time I got involved in trying to turn that thing over. Because, and I think the people of California are ready to see it go away. And I'm talking about Prop 47 because it's hindered the transformation of lives and enabled people to stay in that system. So I love what I'm hearing, and I think I'm on the same page with you about getting to the heart of the matter.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I
Yeah.
mean, those are excellent points, and I kind of want to go back to division, right? So that was when we mentioned make it the Madera County approach, self-sufficiency is a big component of that, right? And like I said, everyone's our neighbor, right? So one of the things, and I think, we've had these discussions is, they're not from here, but really statistics bear that 80% are arriving at homelessness within our community, and the rest of that 20%, majority of them are in the Fresno Madera. So the notion that 80% of the problem is outside the county is not. And I think one of the things in the gaps analysis that really stood out is that I believe it was 42% of our residents cannot afford the median rent, specifically in the state of Madera. So yes, addiction aside, mental illness aside, there is a group of people that are in the hamster wheel, and they're never going to get off the hamster wheel if the jobs available don't pay, to get them off the hamster wheel. So I think, I'm going to invite, my colleagues here to say a few words, but I kind of want to focus again on the vision that was important for the steering committee, the self-sufficiency.
Yeah, I didn't mean to divert the discussion strictly to that side of it, but because I do realize that there's definitely a need to get affordable housing in our region. And we're still probably the most affordable in the state of California, but that doesn't mean we're affordable for the people that are here.
Affordable is a relative term,
Yeah,
right?
It's a relative term.
Right.
And there are things that the state government is doing as well to hinder that. So I think we need to address those issues as well in advocacy, because a lot of the requirements that are being done will continue to drive the cost of housing.
And I think as far as the funding, there are plenty of programs, but there is plenty of flexibility in federal and state. And I think as far as the advocacy, our avenue there is through the CSAC at Home initiative, right? So that was meant to gather all 58 counties and basically tell, be able to tell the state and the federal government, what do we need at the local level? So
Right.
that is our, it's not in the slide here, but that came about after we did this. That's a fairly recent development, as in at least mainstreaming that, but we, the steering committee or the Housing and Homes Committee does intend to look into the CSAC at Home as an avenue,
Right.
to advocate for some of these things.
Right. From a building standpoint, as a builder, I've seen the cost of materials triple in the last couple of years. And that's a problem, and it's due to policies. I got to just be honest, it's due to policies. And that is a very difficult problem to cure. And your number one group of people that builders would love to build for are the low income people. They would love to put together low income projects. But how can you even call it low income when you can't get, the numbers don't make sense for most people. You can't get there. It's almost impossible. So the state needs to start thinking about that it's a big problem. A big problem. It's not going to get any better. The poor are getting poorer by the day due to inflation and the cost of materials and what have you. It's just going to continue to get worse. So you're right.
So I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank staff for their presentation, both the online folks and the folks that were patient with us here in the room. Although it's not specifically described this way, the recommended actions, what we'd like the board to consider today would be the acceptance and approval of the taking action plan as the Madera County strategic plan to prevent and end homelessness, and including in that the CSAC at Home program. And the first, to your points, the first, I don't have the acronym memorized, but the A in at home stands for accountability, and the accountability there both is who's going to pay for it and who's going to provide the services. And that's why the cities and the counties met together about 2.5 weeks ago now. So that's what the staff is looking for in relation to this presentation today.
Thank you. Any other supervisors have comments?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead, Jordan.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation, all the hard work that went into this. You can tell that there was a lot of thought. And thank you for the boots on the ground folks in the back for being here and, kind of witnessing how this process actually happens. Because, up here as policymakers can pass as many things as we want, but it's you folks who are out there actually reeling these people in and having those meaningful conversations with them. And that's what makes a difference. So thank you guys. Connie and I have had several conversations about mental health and drug abuse and homelessness and, what comes first, the chicken or the egg sometimes,
Yeah.
right? But I really feel like, we're on the right track. And I did hear someone say that, the problem is not enough homes. And, obviously we do need homes, but a lot of these people don't have the tools to be able to keep themselves in a home. It's not just they're homeless. They lack the tools to be able to take care of themselves and to pay bills and do all these things. Police officers, sometimes a third or half of their job all day is dealing with homeless people and all the problems that are associated with it. And they're not always the best people to deal with homeless issues, right? Because they don't have any answers. A lot of times they can't just take them to a program. But hopefully we're going to change all those things. We have the crisis stabilization unit. We have detox. We have these other things that we're working on. And, that accountability piece, is absolutely has to be there. And I really feel good about this. And communication is the key, right? Because no one can actually get better till they want to get better. And, we have lost some tools here in California. Chairman mentioned Prop 47. Or if someone was arrested for a felony drug charge, the courts used to be able to give that person a choice. They can either get that felony conviction or they can go into treatment. And a lot of times, if they didn't have a felony conviction on their record, they were into treatment. And so when we're playing carrot or the stick, that stick is gone. And so we have to find other creative ways to try to get people the help they need so they can realize that. But so many of these people have burned every single bridge in their entire life, and that's how they end up on the street. And recognizing that these people's families most of the time don't even talk to them because they've stolen from them. They've burned every bridge, every friend that they've couch surfed, or they've burned those bridges too. And that's why they end up in a tent on the street. And so I am encouraged by everything that is happening here and the discussions that are taking place. I would encourage that, is it Crescent? I'm sorry, Pastor Al, what Clearview, that, if our good friend Mark Nakata were to come in, that you wouldn't just try to convert him as well, that you would accept the Muslims and the Sikhs and all else that come in there as well. So, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Good thoughts. Anyone else?
Yeah,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman.
Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you. I just have a question in regards to, well, a couple of comments and a question. First of all, thanks for working hard to put this together. And I'd also like to point out that our Madera County Board of Supervisors, Chiefs of Staff have earned the recognition as a community partner. So great job, Chiefs of Staff. Keep it up. Get a new name for yourselves. You guys aren't HIT. That's a terrible name. Find something else that's a lot better. But anyway, you've earned it. So great job. Thank you. You're on this list, so you're a community partner. All right, great. So question on the presentation, it says FMCOC 2-year action plan. And it's got these goals at December 2023. And today's date is May 2nd, 2023. Are these old goals, or are we going to be pushing these out? It says reduce family homelessness by 35% in 7 months. So
Excellent question, Supervisor. So as FMCOC being the administrator of HUD funding is required to come up with 2-year action plans on an ongoing basis. We're obviously behind on those goals as a continuum, but no continuum is reaching those goals, right? So I think everybody, as expected with the pandemic protections on evictions expiring, with a lot of programs expiring, the unsheltered counts across the state actually jump, right? So, but the point that the continuum is making is that they've taken a lot of folks out of homelessness too. It's just that the entrances to the system is increasing. So there's a bigger problem, right? So yes, Supervisor, but they will go through another process and reset those goals as a continuum, and we'll be participating in that.
very good. Thank you. And here's the next thing is it's a comment / suggestion because I look at things from a very pragmatic standpoint. I look at this document, it says taking action, steps to end and prevent homelessness in Madera County. I hate to tell you this, but and I hate to be a cynic, but homelessness is never going to end. I mean, sorry, guys, it's not going to end. It's been always here and it's going to continue to be here. So I would suggest that we change that to something else. I mean, I like the idea of working towards that, but
prevent it.
there's always, but to end it, I mean, that means there's zero homeless. I mean, does anybody think that's going to happen here in the next 5 years, 8 years, 20 years? No. Okay. Yeah, not my no. With this terrible
Rob, I don't want you to be the only guy with your hand up. So,
Thank you. Thank you. So this is my suggestion. Can we break this thing out into chunks? And what I mean by that is my colleagues described some situations that are very, very difficult. I mean, drug addiction, mental illness. some people are never going to be cured. I mean, it's really, really difficult. But on the other hand, we're talking about putting people, young families that have not been on the streets, that maybe for whatever happened, a breakup of a marriage or whatever, they need temporary housing. That is something that I think that we can find, we can come close to ending that, or at least move towards that and really get our percentages down, because if we lump it all together, it's going to be a frustrating process, because we're going to, it's a big picture. So let's break it out. Let's say, okay, there's this group of people, because this group of people is 180 degrees different from this other group of people. And so again, let's look at this from a pragmatic approach, one that really breaks it out, one that we can do here in Madera County. I want to be a model. I want to do something that works and is not something that, you know, the state's saying, well, just do this and this and this and this and this. And it'll be, because that's not going to happen, because it's all lumped together. So that's my suggestion. And then I'll have another comment. Anyway, go ahead. No, go ahead. I want to hear. Yeah, there's.
Sorry. So our team, first of all, I want to publicly also thank Joe. He's been, and Maddie have been our shining stars in this whole process. I don't want to forget. But we want to do this in chunks, year 1, year 2, first 6 months. Actually, Maddie and I were talking, bridge housing is exactly what you're talking about. These 20 to 37 units that we're hoping to, no, that we plan to purchase, lease, excuse me, with the bridge housing allocation that we should be hearing either in a month or 2. Casa Grande would be for what you just described. In fact, Maddie says, Connie, that's year 1 solution. 6 months to a year, we'll have a solution. This group is amazing. I don't know what their IQ is, but it's pretty high. We come up with some great ideas that now need to be operationalized. But I want to tell you that that short term that you're talking about is solution focused and something that we can report to you on the results, right?
Outcome based.
Outcome based. And actually, I want to comment, if I may, on the points Supervisor Rogers you made about our drug addicted folk and our mentally ill folk. I need you to please, it's Mental Health Month, right? Mental health and substance abuse are medical conditions. Their brain addiction, addiction is a brain disease. So when folks are on the street and not being intervened with their basic needs, such as stable housing where they feel safe, not assaulted, not traumatized, if we don't provide them a safe place to sleep and eat, shower, eat, it's very difficult to get them into treatment. You're right. Most of their family members have abandoned them, have separated from them. They don't want to have anything to do with them. They get into criminal activity, etc. But with this plan that we have, I think that is a very big step that the partners in this room got together to do I call them the big 3 C's, the communication, coordination, collaboration. And we have a plan and we have a vision, and this team is going to work really hard. But there's some other ones. MHSA, the governor is looking at, modernizing it. He wants to put 30% of our allocation into housing because he comes from San Francisco, as you know, and I worked in Marin County, and the homeless was every day of a problem. Oh, every day. So he wants us to really focus on using our funds to show results, to bring you outcomes like reduce incarceration, reduce relapses, recidivism. But bridge housing is a great opportunity. Stabilizing housing is the first outcome they want us to show them. So I just wanted to say that based on those comments.
Okay, very good. So anyway, that's my suggestion, so that we can, if we can have some subsets and go, man, we're like 100% here, we're having issues here which we suspected, but I think that'd be a good thing to do rather than lumping it all together. And the last thing, this group that we're going on the next agenda item, we're going to be looking at approving a contract with this home base. I'd love to hear, I don't know if it'd be in this agenda item or the next agenda item, maybe they could talk about some of the success stories that they've seen. They said they've been, I read the report and they said they've been around for 30 years and working this. So they've got to have some kind of best practices, success stories that they've seen happen based on leading the implementation of this type of effort. So.
Right, Supervisor, good point. I mean, Julie Silas is on the line and she'll be on the line for that next item. I did kind of want to clarify a couple of things on the title. So today is just receiving the presentation. Next week is the recommendation to adopt it. If your board, if it's your board's wish for us to come up with alternate wording. So it's not as, I think we were going for aspirational, knowing that we're never end it, but we can certainly come up with something as aspirational, but not, but also realistic.
But not quite so pie in the sky.
Not quite so pie in the sky, yes. And then as far as the buckets, I think as we go through the implementation plan, that's in working in the homeless committee, that's where we can kind of, there are kind of like intricacies there because you cannot just decide not to serve a population, right? But there's certainly things we can prioritize that helps those folks that want to be helped first, right? But we can't, as far as funding goes, just marginalize just based on that. Plus also, there's also the fact that there is a portion of homeless that we haven't even outreach to. And I think Maddie's team have seen that. So we won't know who wants help or who doesn't help until we fix that part as well. So I think there's kind of two components, but certainly in the implementation plan, that's something, the board being a part of the Housing the Homeless Committee certainly can, will be discussed and prioritized.
Well, I heard you say low-hanging fruit earlier in the presentation, so that's what, jogged that comment.
Yes.
Yeah,
Chair,
oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I just had a couple questions. First, in regards to our community partners that we have outlined here, there's two organizations that I'd love to see involved, and I'm just curious if you guys might be able to shed some light on why perhaps they're not involved. One is the Office of Education. I think, we talked about our youth earlier and preventing, that upstream fall into the river, as they said. And I'm just curious, I'm sure they've been approached. I see Madera Unified's listed there, but is there a reason the Office of Education hasn't or is not engaged in this conversation? Or, I mean, do they have a place at the table? It just seems like an important partner.
Don't think that, but on the other hand, they've been with us on every other avenue.
Okay. Okay.
Gotta come to the
There are
mic. So
families that are the McKinney-Vento, that are homeless, but they're living with the other family members within the same household. And Office of Education has always been involved and always referred over to us. They know about our resources. So we can include them and make sure that we have their person related to housing, especially homeless related to McKinney-Vento students, a part of the committee.
Yeah, I just know when we talk about gap analysis, missing information, the schools are obviously an important, piece of that puzzle, identifying, those families that are unhoused or perhaps, lack secure housing. So it'd be a great thing to, really firm up that relationship with our schools. And if we can do that by further engaging with the Office of Education, I think that'd be great. The other partner that I was curious or perplexed to not see on the list there is our Workforce Development Agency. And I'm sure they're involved and I'm sure you guys are coordinating with them, but do they as well? Do they have a place at the table and are they involved and engaged in these conversations?
They are, and what we designed was the steering committee and those involved in this. And so they're going to be a part of the case management MDT team, making
Excellent.
sure that their staff are on site or in that communication of discussing the homeless individual or family. But
Okay.
they're always in, we got to get workforce, or refer to workforce or make sure workforce is aware to support us. Our focus is as well as going to be the youth, the 18 to 24. And so we know that youth workforce would need to be at the table and the forefront of any discussion related to serving that age group.
I really appreciate that comment and it kind of segues into my next comment or perhaps recommendation, which is, if we are going to come back at the next meeting and attempt to pass this plan, I wonder if we might be able to incorporate, much like we have with housing, some sort of working group that can address our youth and perhaps, how we can, I guess, be better in supporting our youth and those that are working to lift them up and keep them out of homelessness. Had those conversations with Deborah actually during break and Connie last week about our youth and how there are some tremendous opportunities, on the plate right now. And I do see that as low-hanging fruit. So I'm just wondering, Joel.
So, yes, Supervisor. So those discussions, the McKinney-Vento kids, and just going into homelessness, as crazy as this landscape is, those kids aren't defined as homeless, but that's not a reason why they're not listed. It is with full intent that moving forward, I think one of the recommendations is how do we evolve the Housing to Homeless Committee? And school involvement was certainly discussed there, workforce certainly discussed there, and we get to shape what that Housing to Homeless Committee is. And one of the discussion points is, do we turn it into a full homelessness collaborative, right? I think it's the vision that Supervisor, you're saying is I think it's with full intent that to make this tent bigger. And I think where the kids come in is also in diversion because they're technically not fitting HUD's definition of unsheltered homelessness, but they certainly are at risk. They certainly are there, and they certainly is another symptom of the overarching problem that we have. And I think they've reached out too as part of this discussion.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to say a big thank you again. I think we started these conversations, not started the conversations, but really developed this working group back in 2019. I know Nick Salinas back there in the crying room had a big part to play in that. He's given the fist up. So big shout out to all the chiefs, including Supervisor Gonzalez over there who had a big part in that as well. So what's that? And Rob, of course, yes, and Supervisor Poitras as well. So we've come a long way, and I appreciate all the work that you guys have done. So thank you.
Thank you. I just like to share a referral that came in from a school district. It was Monte Vista. It's a continuation school. And there was an 18-year-old that was still in school, and he was asked to move out of his home by his father. And so he was living on the street. He slept on the bench behind the school. And he contacted CAPMC at the time, and we were able to place him in emergency housing. The success story is that he recently joined Job Corps and moved to San Jose after completing his high school education. So he was able to move on, and we wish him well. We just wish we could have said goodbye to him before he left. But, you know, it was a decision he made. He did have family in the area. He did have brothers and sisters, but he needed a place to stay and be able to finish his education. And I know that the teaching staff at Monte Vista School were very grateful for us coordinating that for him so he could accomplish that first goal.
And did he reach out to you directly, or was it the staff at the school?
It was staff
Okay,
at the
good,
school. It was staff.
That's great. Thank you.
Yes.
And only because I just want to clarify to just make sure we have AB 2083, that's our interagency. We are all at that table with MCSOS, with MUSD, with Public Health, everyone here. So we work with Superintendent Massetti quite a bit. I was just there yesterday morning. So we do a lot. And we have the Growing Healthy Families that they're a part of. We also have the Independent Living Program that is with the foster youth in determining what they need in order to learn their skills in order to be able to be self-sufficient. And they're part of that. And we have the At-Home Youth Advisory Board meetings that also come to your board as part of their annual meet, where we discuss all our out-of-home youth with them that involve the school counselors and our social workers. So we work very closely with the youth, but we obviously need to include them in this plan. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one more
go-
thing.
go
Sorry,
ahead.
but I think that Maddie said it best with the example she gave of this young man. You know, we're looking at numbers, we're looking at a mass of people, but it's the one by one by one by one. You know, not everybody's going to be saved out there. And that's the reason that I had talked about ending homelessness. But for those who those are helped, who those through the work of the Rescue Mission and Pastor Al and others who are put on that road to redemption and success, those are the people that we need to focus on and look at those as victories and great efforts. So again, so I think that's what we need to always take a look at. So thank you very much for all your great efforts.
That was a great segue to my next comment, and that was that focusing the dollars and the focusing the efforts, because in any system you can get overwhelmed, right? You get so overwhelmed that you're no good to anybody that you're dealing with, right? So one of the things that really concerns me, and I see this happen occasionally in Madera County, is that we get transient homeless. We get homeless from outside our area who come in here, and they overwhelm the system. They're beginning to, and we had a bunch of them showing up
on the outskirts of Chowchilla from Merced area. And they were camping along the Ash Slough. And I was telling my chief of staff, I said, it looks like a city springing up over there. And the only thing that stopped that was the weather. The weather came along and, you know, the slough grew and grew and it couldn't stay there. So, and they had to push them out because of the danger. But the thing is, that there's another aspect. See, you got people who might come in from Fresno or Merced and begin to overwhelm the system. We want the dollars to be focused on those local people who we can actually do something to help. And, you know, it sounds hard, but give them a bus ticket back to Merced or Fresno or, you know, or wherever they came from. You know, I just think inviting more situations here is not good, but we have a tough time dealing with the ones we have, and we want to make a difference. So
You know,
there it is.
Excellent point, Supervisor. I do want to say though that as far as Fresno, we are in the same continuum, right? So whatever funding we use, and actually, I believe we receive a higher percentage of funding than our
Per
county
capita?
represents.
Yeah,
So
that's
per
nice.
capita. So which is a good thing. It has been,
Yeah.
and actually, I failed to mention the presentation that the funding for this strategic plan was allocated by the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care specifically for Madera. So I kind of wanted to highlight that. I do want to give Julie, I think we were having unmuting issues. She was trying to answer some of the questions.
Okay.
She's on. Julie, do you want to add anything as a response?
Yeah, I just wanted to give a teeny bit of background on the way that the school system integrates with the homeless system of care. It is, as Maddie said, through the McKinney-Vento liaisons. They're actually staff that are supposed to be the connections between the school system and students and the homeless system of care. And we were very engaged with them. And they're sort of a subset of OEA, but they're part of the unified school district. So there is that relationship. If there's the structure that exists is not through OEA, it's actually structured through the local school districts, but they've been very involved, and we had interviews as well as focus groups of folks working with youth. And then the other thing to just share is the Fresno Madera County COC is establishing a youth advisory board that is going to have members from Madera County and Fresno County together. So there's going to be there's a movement of stronger engagement of youth experiencing homelessness as well as youth advocates from both counties.
Yeah, I think you brought up an excellent point, you know, where we have a tough time with having enough resources to deal with the homeless people that we have. And, you know, maybe a part of this is ensuring that we don't have more come into our area based on, you know, the services that we might provide. Just kind of one of those things where there's a hole in the bottom of the bucket, and you know, we don't have enough resources to educate, incarcerate, and medicate every single person that comes into this county.
Right.
And so I would like to see something as part of this plan
Address that, yeah.
to address migration of homeless, like from Merced County or Fresno County into our county.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think there was a article about that somewhere or another, and I'm trying to remember what it was. I'm losing it at this point on that. It's getting late in the day, so my mind is not working as sharply. But yeah, there's just a lot of unanswered questions that I know a group that has come up with some really good stuff can continue to mull and face these issues. You know, we've kind of been boots on the ground too. Me and my chief of staff, we've gotten out there. I drive through the sloughs all the time. I try to talk to some of these people, and I ask them, you know, where they're from, and what happened and to your life and what have you. And some of them are perfectly cognizant and capable of holding down a job. I think I've had a couple of them say to me, well, I just got fired from my job. And, you know, well, why, you know, why? I'm not a counselor. So anyway, some people just need counseling and need to get on the right track. Others are
mentally ill and probably won't. Others are on drugs and the end of Prop 47 might save them. And I don't know, but great stuff. And I appreciate, I don't want you to think that I don't believe this can happen. I do believe it can happen. I've seen lives changed. I was just at a weekend with a bunch of them who had testimonies that their life was changed. And so I know it can happen. And I just don't want to go into the same mode that a lot of other governments, institutions have gone into and just throw more money at it. You know, that won't work.
Joel,
We gotta do
are
something
are you
serious.
looking for direction on the item or?
Supervisor, so we're intending to present this and answer any questions you may have. We intend to bring this back on May 9th for
Yeah.
adoption of the plan.
Right.
I think I was gonna reclarify what the item today is. I did kind of want to respond just a little bit on the President Madera Merced.
Right.
So I think how we can address that in a positive collaborative way, right? Because I say positive collaborative way because FMCOC has been a positive collaborator. And I did want to kind of caution in us making an assumption that we don't benefit as much as they benefit from us. We have certainly had situations where CAPMC had to place somebody in a project in Fresno. But I think how we can approach that is to look at statistics and see how much of that is really happening. And if it's happening, is sit down with FMCOC and saying, why is it happening, right? Because certainly Fresno doesn't want to spend resources in Clovis, much as we don't want to spend resources in somebody who lives in Clovis or Fresno, but really attacking it from a standpoint, what's the migration pattern within our continuum? And then have the FMCOC ask the question, why? If folks are going to Oakhurst from Fresno, let's ask the question, why? They're part of the same continuum. Let's address that problem.
Right.
So I think if we approach it that way, I think, we can get best of both worlds. We could continue collaborating, but at the same time, acknowledge that there is cross migration between the regions.
Right. And I think there's communication in that when you talk about group, I think there's communication between the homeless and they find these circumstances and they work together to get to these circumstances. Some of them want to be very alone. They want to be left alone and don't want to be bothered by anybody. But I think there is collaboration and they find the best circumstances and they exploit it. So it's anyway, great job. Great job. Thank you. Anyone else have any comments? I think you have some thoughts to ponder and ruminate on. Sorry to give you more to think about.
Yes,
It's a big issue. It just is humongous.
We'll bring up the follow-up items on May 9th.
Thank you very much. Any public comment on this item? Go ahead, Ralph. Turn on the mic there. Just push the button there.
Yeah. Okay, Ralph Pistoresi again. Supervisors bring up a lot of good points. A lot of good points. I think what the group needs to do over here is to figure out and present to you what percentage of people that are homeless are in what situations, which are like out of their world mad. They're talking to telephone poles. All right. Which part of them have drug abuse, have alcohol abuse that maybe they can be fixed? Which part of them lost their jobs and need some sort of help that way? I think in every situation that you find that you need to work with these different groups, first of all, they need to present you a picture of what is the actual true situation on the ground. Then I think what needs to be done is these people need purpose in their life. And in the whole presentation, I didn't hear the word one time too much, jobs, work. I didn't hear any of that. These people need something to do.
Well, I think they said that in all.
Well, maybe
yeah, they did.
But the thing of it is what's needed is not only a place to warehouse them in a house, you need to give them a job. And I think they need to be expected. Look, we're going to do our best to help you, but we expect you to do something too.
Right. Right.
You know, they've got to do something too.
Accountability was.
I was told a story once where a friend of mine ended up in the prison system for only a year and a half. And in 1.5 years, because this is a sharp guy, right? This guy went over there and he's got all these people locked up in prison. Well, they weren't homeless, right? They had a place to stay, all right? But they're doing nothing. They're sending to their homes, send me some money so I can buy some, soup and have a treat. This guy got and figured out how to rebuild forklifts for the Navy. And he got these guys, and in a short matter of time, he had them all mechanicking, who's doing the electrical, who's doing the physical welding, who's doing the painting. And he created an industry in a prison, multi-million-dollar industry in a short amount of time.
Wow.
These people were all making money. They were sending money home to their families. And no doubt he changed them. All right. I think the goal that needs to be here is to transform some of these people. And sometimes, believe it or not, people have to sleep on a bench because God has their full attention then. He's got their full attention. It's got to be quiet, and he's got their full attention. But the other thing, to your point, David, is that things are expensive and everything's expensive. Housing's expensive to build. And the government, in the past, we had all kinds of farm labor housing, and we had all kinds of, I built farm labor housing, actually built it. All right. And they came in and they said, oh, it doesn't meet this standard, that standard, this standard. There's all kinds of housing that got knocked down, wiped out, that people could be living in, but they're living over there in the slough on our ranch.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Good points. Thank you, Ralph, for your comment. Anybody else have any public comment? If not, we'll move on to our next item, and that would be 6J.
6J.
Thank
County
you,
Administration
everyone.
Department, discussion and consideration of entering into an agreement with the Center of Common Concern, DBA Home Base, in the amount of $120,000 for strategic plan implementation support, and authorize the chairman to sign.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jessica Leon, County Administration. So this item before you is for your consideration is an agreement with Homebase for their assistance in implementing the strategic plan that was just presented to you. And so what Homebase would be assisting with is pretty much assembling an implementation committee, helping coordinate communication and overall reporting, identifying any opportunities, approaches, and next steps to strengthen the county-wide response to homelessness. So with that, I'm available for any questions.
Go ahead, Ralph.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During 6I, I mentioned that I'd be interested in seeing some success stories that Homebase has participated in. Again, looking at the background, they've been around for 30 years. So I'd just be interested in again, some of their approaches and how they've been able to guide jurisdictions to success.
Yeah, and I think Julie from Homebase is still online. Julie, do you have anything that you can share with us?
Yes, sorry, I was muted. Yeah, we have been doing this work with the Fresno Madera County COC, Tulare County COC, and other counties both in California and outside California. And I can give you a couple sort of highlights of some of the success stories that have worked and that are kind of building off of those in terms of the best practices for recommendations and approaches for you all. So we just finished a project in the city of Norman, Oklahoma, And their city opened up their first year-round shelter, and in the process also set up, they have very few single what am I thinking? 1-bedroom and studio apartments for singles and 2 adult couples. And so they are pursuing single residency occupancy housing. So those are sometimes work well as longer term housing for people who may not be able to live as independently as having their own apartment, but they still have their own space. It's still permanent living. And then they can get some services there as needed or just support. So that is going on in a city that didn't have those options before. In Santa Clara County, they had a local proposition that was across all the cities that they've been over the last 3 to 5 years building significant amount of permanent supportive housing. And I know you asked some questions about people who are unable to balance their own checkbooks or do some of the things that are required for independent living. And one of the things in the homeless system of care is something called permanent supportive housing, where folks who don't have the ability to live independently get supportive services along with the housing. So that enables them to remain stable and to be able to be housed and not have to go back to emergency shelter or to be able to living on the street. And that is funded by the federal government, that partnership where there's permanent housing and supportive services. And so that's an option. And again, they're building a lot of that in Santa Clara County. In San Joaquin County, they have just finished developing a first-year implementation plan that has specific metrics that will be achievable, that are specific to the goals that they're setting up, and a community and committees that will be keeping that on track. We recently finished a project in Sonoma County where we're providing technical assistance, and there will be a release in a local measure there of $3 million for funding for programs and projects to implement the strategic plan. And that's going to include 200 more units of interim housing, maybe 1,000 units of permanent supportive housing. So you all are well positioned to be able to take on the things that are, as Joel talked about, customized for what would work in your community, and feel like the community, the collaboration that's existed as we've built this plan is positioning the community, the agencies, the community-based organizations, the faith-based community to really move the work forward, where when you look back in 5 years from now, you'll see actual things and there will be a change in the community that you didn't have before. And one good example of this is in Tulare County. There's something called a navigation center, which is a shelter that it's open 24/7. It's low barrier. It doesn't matter how you come into the shelter, who you are, what your religion is. You come into the shelter, but while you're there, you get the supportive services, the training to be able to move into more permanent housing with housing navigation. It's all centrally located. And we did a community plan in 2019 for the broader Tulare County, and the city of Porterville very early on in that process committed to doing a navigation center, and they've already stood that navigation center up. I don't have the statistics of how many individuals they've helped so far, but it's been successful enough that the city of Visalia, which was, I think, was hesitant about whether that they would also want to do a navigation center. After seeing the success of Porterville, they're moving forward, and that navigation center in the city of Visalia is about to be opened. So I think those are two good examples of kind of local, more close to where you all, or adjacent to where you all, or where the work that committees like yours and the people that you heard from today continue to work together to really make a difference.
Okay, thank you.
This is Jody Ketcheside. I don't know if it's appropriate, but we're the operator of that navigation center in Tulare. And we've worked with Home Base for 6 or 7 years on various projects. And I can certainly attest to their responsiveness and ability to get plans like these moving and assisting with the implementation. They're really good at coordination.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions, comments? I'm gonna take it out to the public. Any comments from the public? If not, bring it back.
Chair, I think my only question would be is the plan that we're going to review next week, is that going to shape this implementation plan moving forward to a degree?
So yes, to an extent, the plan that you will be approving or adopting next week, it has kind of a step-by-step. This is our 6-month, 12-month plan.
It's part and parcel, Supervisors. So the implementation plan, so to provide context in the implementation plan, if we were further along in handling coordinating homelessness as part of the continuum, meaning Madera County, we wouldn't need the implementation plan, right? So the intent is to not need this service, or at least to this level, right? Perhaps we can look at some technical assistance leveraging moving on, but this is so that we don't lose the momentum. We don't, and the intent is to be able to do this on our own, either through Housing the Homeless Committee, with the county involved, the cities involved. But so as not to lose momentum with the strategic plan, we wanted to keep home base on as part of the implementation phase, with the intent that long-term, we should be able to stand on our own on this one.
Thank you.
Good. No public comment, brought it back to the board. What's your pleasure, board?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Motion made in second. Let's vote.
Supervisor McCauley,
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Supervisor Wamhaugh,
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras,
Yes.
Chairman Rogers.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Okay. Item 6O.
6-0, Board of Directors, Groundwater Sustainability Agency, Water and Natural Resources Department. Discussion and consideration of entering into an amendment to Madera County Contract Number 12302-22 with ERA Economics, increasing compensation to an amount not to exceed $278,200 and to extend the term to December 31st, 2024. To assist with the Land Flex program, formerly known as Sustainability Agricultural Land Conservation, and to authorize the chairman to sign.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Stephanie and Agneson, your Director of Water and Natural Resources. I have a short presentation on this contract. As your board knows, the county GSAs are developing and implementing projects in all 3 subbasins. Our management actions include the allocations, but we also have some grant-funded work with recharge, surface water supply development, and land repurposing. We're going to focus on land repurposing. So we have really 3 separate efforts with land repurposing. So we've made a little table to simplify things. There is a voluntary land repurposing program. That's the one that could be funded with the GSP fee. Right now, there are rules that were adopted in December of 2022, and that allowed us to apply and be successful for a grant. We also have a grant for multi-benefit land repurposing that requires a plan. That's a $10 million grant, and the rules will begin to be developed shortly. And all of the outreach will start shortly as well. I should note that even though it says $10 million, when we get these grants, they're all paid once we expend those funds. So we're only paid once we expend funds first. It's not as if a check for $10 million arrives here. For the targeted land repurposing program, that's the one that we're talking through a contract with ERA. That's a grant for $9.3 million, and we are using rules from the Department of Water Resources. So in this program, it provides immediate benefits for people with vulnerable domestic wells. It supports the transition to sustainable groundwater management and provides funding for growers to implement best practices. So the guidelines from the state, the Department of Water Resources, require that we coordinate with technical assistance providers. That includes the Western United Dairies and Almond Alliance, among others. The grant funds are available for people in the Madera Subbasin County GSA who have an allocation of sustainable yield and transition water. The payment has three parts. One called domestic well or drought relief. That's $350 per acre foot. That's for your full allocation in 2023 of sustainable yield and transition water. There's a second payment of $1,000 per acre foot. That's for your transition water into the future until it goes away. And then there is a third payment, a transition to sustainability payment. And most people are interested in the highest amount there of $2,800 per acre for removing a vineyard or an orchard. So all three of those payments are what you receive in the program. You don't choose.
Take that back to that for a second. I want to get a picture of that.
Sure.
Hold on, sorry.
No problem.
That's
These
just-
are also all available on landflex.org, which is the portal for applying.
The presentation is, or,
It's okay.
oh, you know what, I have. Sorry.
That's okay. I'll keep going.
The old man.
So here's our timeline. Applications opened about 2 weeks ago in April. Now, as of last night, they were extended another week. So we'll have one more week and things will be due May 9th. In May, the projects that people are proposing are scored. People will be selected and begin the agreement execution. I think those agreements will all come to your board, so you'll get to see the projects. In July, people will receive the first installation of the payment and then the second in September after we verify. And there is reporting on the grant this year and through next year. So just to summarize some of our next steps, the portal is now open. My slides are a little bit out of date after last night's announcement to extend the deadline through May 9th. But we are in the middle of meeting with growers every single day about this program. There's a buzz about it because the amounts are fairly high compared to other land repurposing amounts. So this is an amendment to a contract with ERA. The tasks that are included here include outreach with staff, meeting with individual growers, and we've been doing that and would like to continue that moving ahead. We've been doing some work with the calculator on landflex.org that estimates the payment. There is a fair amount of review and follow-up. As you know, these are serious decisions made about businesses. People have a fair amount of questions on what the rules are. We've been fielding those, and this contract would allow ERA to assist into the future. There's the scoring of the projects, and they're scored. This is DWR's rule based on proximity to domestic wells. There are contracts and the contracting process, which takes time, as well as the reporting to DWR. And some of the details on that haven't been released from them yet. There's also the coordination with our other land repurposing efforts, including the multi-benefit. So lots of work going on right now. So this contract amendment is for $178,000. It's added to a contract that's $95,000. It is all reimbursed by the state, and the term date is through the end of next year. I would be happy to answer questions about this contract amendment.
Any questions?
How many have applied so far, and what do those numbers look like?
As of last night, we had 5. I think we have, well, I know we have an extremely aggressive spam blocker here at the county. So I'm not convinced those are the final numbers, but 5 have come through to us. Now, of course, the question really is how many acres does that equate to? Are we going to use all of the money? And we don't know that yet.
My guess is we will,
And
because these
About a
numbers,
week.
like you said, that's robust. When you think about, $350 an acre foot for sustainable yield, that's half an acre foot, right? Or in some cases.
so the total payment, if you add up everything, you're
Yeah.
getting in like the $5,000 to $7,000 an
Per
acre.
acre. Yeah, that's
And
pretty
you
robust.
importantly keep your sustainable yield. So you are able to grow something. That doesn't mean you're growing almonds, but it might mean we had one person who wanted to do a pumpkin patch. We had another person who wanted to do winter wheat. So it's some option into the future.
right. Yeah. Great, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, any questions from the public? Go ahead.
Ralph Pistoresi. In her thing, in her display there, she was saying that multi-benefit land repurposing was going to get $10 million. And Lamplex is going to get 9.3 million. But that was going to be money that was given to you after you spent it. I think that's how I heard it, right? We spend it, then they pay. Is that correct? The way you understand it? Okay. Were you going to get, do you have that kind of money to put out there for these projects and with the hopefulness that the government will pay you back? Does the county have that kind of money? See, that's something to think about. The thing is that you're accomplishing, this Board of Supervisors is accomplishing what all these programs are, their goal is to set out to do, and you've already done it. But I don't think you realize you've done it, because we're getting reports right now from farmers that we're involved in, is that financial institutions are taking a very hard look at refinancing operations. And in some cases, they're thinking of calling in notes. All right. You were warned of this last May, that
Right.
this would happen. All right. Because the board has set in play in the public that they wanted to charge a fee per acre every year for 5 years, a big fee, $246 an acre. And then it went up to almost charging $500 an acre foot for everything over the allocated amount. Thank God you guys voted against that. All right. Now, what is occurring is that we're going to see a shrinkage in farmland being farmed, being planted by the mere fact that you won't have the financing to continue on. And I think you're starting to see it even in the agribusinesses of this community, how businesses are starting to, they're not doing as good as they should be doing if things were all allowed to go the course of normal course. But because Madera, unlike other counties, went ahead and took this whole project on, with other counties like Fresno didn't do it. I don't think Kern County did it. They left it to other GSAs to handle their own problems, but Madera didn't. Now in Madera, land values have fallen tremendously. And because of that, we're facing all these other extraneous circumstances that are coming about. So I think you're worried about land repurposing. There's going to be a lot of land repurposing with you doing nothing, which is what we should have done in the beginning, nothing. And I found it kind of amusing today when we were listening about having to put nurses in the county jail because we didn't want to have a lawsuit that someone might sue the county because they didn't get the proper medical attention. I don't think you realize the liability that the county faces when farmers start suing the county for the thing that they've been put through. So this is something that should be very concerning. And I think something that should give pause to spending all this money. This 178,000 up to 278,000. What are they really doing any different than the natural resources committee shouldn't be doing themselves? What do we do? Just hiring people to tell us what to do? I mean, meeting with people and stuff like that. And could that have been part of her original contract? I think you need to look at that. And on the next one also.
Any questions for Stephanie?
Nope.
Any more comments from the public? Now bring it back to the board. And what's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Let's vote.
Supervisor McCauley,
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras,
Yes.
Supervisor Wamhaugh,
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Chairman Rogers.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Next item, 6P.
6P, Board of Directors, Groundwater Sustainability Agency, Water and Natural Resources Department, discussion and consideration of entering into an agreement with David's Engineering, Inc. in the amount of $570,000 to support Madera County management for the 2023 groundwater allocation program and authorize the chairman to sign.
Good afternoon again, Stephanie and Agneson, Director of Water and Natural Resources, here with a shorter presentation on this proposed contract. So as your board knows, we now have 3 options for measurement. I think the way we could describe us is we are measurement agnostic. We don't really care what the measurement method is. You just need to choose one.
Right.
So we have a small number of people using flow meters that have had an inspection for the installation, and it's either calibrated or they've done some sort of flow test against something that's calibrated in the field. We have EraWatch, and then we have Land IQ, and we're using Land IQ as a default setting for people if they haven't turned in meter measurements, or if they didn't turn in their form, they've gone to Land IQ. So all of those methods require a fair amount of data management, and that's really what this contract is about. There is also a fair amount of quality assurance and quality control, which means that when someone uploads a meter measurement, we have checked that it makes sense with last month's measurement. It means that we are working with EraWatch to make sure their measurements make sense. And it means that we're coordinating with Land IQ for the same thing. So David's Engineering is a company that we've worked with before. You know them as the point of contact for the Madera Subbasin. You know them also as GSP authors. So we are building on existing work that they have done in measurement to develop and implement processes for this. And our idea is that as we staff up, they are training us and then we are backing away. And that is their philosophy as a firm, is to empower staff. So unfortunately, at the moment, we are approximately 50% staffed, which is why you see me a lot. We're 5 people managing 4 public agencies, the 3 GSAs and flood control in a time that is both technically challenging and political. So this contract itself is a combination of tasks. They will work with us and our third-party data providers That includes AeroWatch and Land IQ. There's also a piece to Land IQ that includes installation of weather stations, which I know growers have asked for to help with more of the microclimate part in Madera County. They're helping develop procedures for the QA QC that I mentioned earlier. They are creating reports with programming in Python that we can then use for sending monthly reports to growers. They will also review those reports for accuracy. They're working on ways of distributing them, whether it's putting them on the AeroWatch portal or getting them into the mail. They have in the past done innumerable meetings with people who had questions about AeroWatch or their own data. And they'll continue with that. And then they are building out a portal for data management so that staff has a place to perform. And there's also an on-call task for things that might come up. As with all of our contracts, these are services and materials. So we're only paying for the services we ask for. So while the total is high, we are directing the work. So the total is 570,000. As I said, we are approximately half staffed. So you can think of this as the 5 to 6 people that we need in order to do our jobs. We have had ongoing discussions with HR about recruitment, but you know, there is an engineer scientist shortage in the Valley. And so that's part of why we're using consultant support. So this term date is through 2024. So there is no direct fiscal impact. It's not a new fee. We have an admin fee where this would be able to be billed to. So this is the support that we need in order to have those 3 measurement methods of allocations. And of course, that is our crucial demand management measure. I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Any questions for Stephanie? From the board? Not any comment from the public or questions from the public?
My question is the county paying for this or is it through a grant? Maybe you can answer that if you know.
Through the GSA administrative fees.
The GSA administrative fees.
Yeah, we've been forming the GSA for a couple of years now. We have funding from state grants to form the GSA. We have some funding available in that per year.
The county doesn't have to come up with the money.
I don't know whether there's a match on that or not.
It's not general fund. It's GSA fees. It's not
But
general
it's-
fund
Yeah,
money.
I knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know I don't know whether there's any county money directly.
Okay.
Are you ready for a motion?
Yes, I am.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Made in second. Let's vote.
Supervisor
Thank you.
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Supervisor Wamha,
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras,
Yes.
Supervisor McCauley,
Yes.
Chairman Rogers.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
I appreciate Stephanie developing this, getting the 3 options is a great help to the farmers of our community to have those 3 options. Thank you. Okay. Supervisor staff reports. Start out let's start this in. Supervisor Gonzalez.
In the interest of time, I will pass.
Okay.
I have nothing.
I just say what we have to say, and that is we attended the San Joaquin Valley COG, and Supervisor Fortress was awarded there, and great meeting. Letty attended, I attended, and Rob attended.
Great
Okay.
meeting.
Go ahead.
Very good.
Yeah.
don't forget the Madera Prayer Breakfast this Thursday. And I attended a road charge technical advisory committee meeting last Friday. The legislature is really helping us out by complicating things for the prospective road charges if it's not complicated already. So I'll just leave it at that with SB 339. Thank you.
Supervisor McCauley?
Yeah, have a town hall on emergency preparedness and wildfire preparedness on Thursday. It'll be online at 6 p.m. Also, we have the Course Cold Rodeo this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So if you're looking for something to do, come on up the hill. Should be a great time.
Okay. We still have one closed session item to deal with, so we'll retire to closed session and we'll come back out and report. I am not hearing me. There we go. We have returned from closed session and County Council, do we have anything to report?
Chairman, there is no reportable action from your closed session. Thank you.
Okay, with that, this meeting is adjourned.